early instead of late this morning. Good morning, everybody. Can't do max level doors yet. Good morning, Mario. How's it going? This is regrettable, but it's better than nothing. Alright, doors replaced with garbage, but functional garbage. Let's do something about these here windows. We've got 4 in the front, 1 in the back. Beautiful. Most likely to come from that direction, so extra barricades on that side. How's it going in, King? Can't deconstruct them, so gotta destroy them. If I wanted to move a cabinet, what is my chance of accidentally destroying it? Still 30%, so that's mid-level carpentry for you right there. Thoroughly mid. So I'm not going to bother moving the kitchen just yet. Eventually I want it downstairs, but for now it's fine where it is. So I got some animals, and I need to bring them here. And if I'm going to bring them here, they need to be safe. And by safe, I mean no zombies. Ever. Wouldn't surprise me. I now feel a twinge of terror for all the poor aquatic animals that have to suffer zombies standing next to their water source. That should have paid more attention to my calories. That definitely took me out of weight gain. We are only at 78 kilos, so we definitely need to be working hard to gain weight here. Yeah. Running around and burning tons of calories is definitely part of the culprit here. This is why I need the animals. This is the long and short of where the cows are going to truly come in and save me. They're going to save my bacon, as it were. So I'm thinking the animal zone is going to be right here. We're going to use the water as part of animal protection. Keep a fence parallel to the road. Yeah. What kind of storage do I have in the trunk right now? I got a little bit of room. Another rope and I can make another log stack. Right. Two stacks of logs on either side now. Two quad stacks. See where we can get with that. Thankfully, my wooden fences are the superior kind. Oh no, they're not craftsmen yet. Never mind. So yeah, we just got to deal with ugly fences. Whatever. We're not just protecting the animals here, we're also getting carpentry experience. Oh, and now I can make the best fences. Okay. We're just going to ignore those fences over there on the side. The ugly ones. They'll probably leave us with a few leftover planks. Put the gate right here. Carpentry level 8. So they get... I'm also going to put it like one tile into the river, so they get plenty of river tiles to drink from. I don't always trust the river tile drinking system, so I usually leave a trough full of water in addition to everything else, but it's a good supplementary. I think I actually used up exactly all of the... Yeah, I used up exactly all of the planks for that. Just 8 logs in each direction, plus a little bit extra on the left side here. Animals follow through the... Yeah, absolutely. This right here. All we gotta do is drive the animal trailer right past the road here. And we can lead them straight through here. Alrighty. Not a bad first day at a new, this is probably going to be one of my biggest bases that I ever build on this character, because the whole theme of our character here is Dani the Drifter. She's not exactly planning on settling down hardcore anywhere, but the base here in Phallus Lake is a central location to basically all the cities around it. Muldraugh, Riverside, West Point, Rosewood. Even Echo Creek and Ekron aren't too far away from here. Not the best commute, though. It's just dead center of the map. No, so that was changed as of the start of one of the, that was changed as of the start of Annie. Yeah, 42.10. That was when they changed that default. That was actually originally what pulled me back out of 7 Days to Die and back into Project Zomboid. At the time, before I started Annie Mae, it linked in the description, the 42.10 character, before I started her, I had actually taken a break from Zomboid for a build or two, and I was playing 7 Days to Die. And when I decided to go back to Zomboid from 7 Days, that was the change that actually convinced me to come back. 90-minute days, because one of my chief criticisms of the nutrition system in this game is the simple fact that the calories are being balanced for like a 1-to-1 ratio of calorie expenditure to, you know, whatever action you're doing. but we're existing here in at the time it was a 1 to 24 time ratio, because it was 1 hour of real life time equals 1 day in the game. So that was a 1 to 24 time ratio. And the devs are trying to go for a 1-to-1 nutrition ratio with, calories burning based on how much you walk and how much you run and all that. And that's why it always felt so wrong. And yet not a lot of people really articulated that in the like a lot of people understood that it felt wrong. Like, many people came in there to complain about it, but then all the midwits would come in there and be like, actually, if you look at how much calories get burned when you walk around, it's actually realistic, man. But nobody ever talks about the time ratio and how, if I burn a certain amount of calories walking from A to B in real life, the amount of time that it takes to do that walk is 1/24th of the time that it gets spent in this game's universe, which is that's a major contributing factor to why it felt so wrong. And the 90-minute day change didn't really fix that problem, but it was a step in the right direction, and that's kind of what convinced me to come back, as it were. Not looking forward to doing something with these fridges here. I have to unequip all of my stuff in order to actually be able to move them. There we go. Just gonna put them somewhere out of the way for now. Stairs are an easy win there. Damn it. So you can only put like one on each tile because of how heavy these are. So I usually either do stairs or like in back corners. Like, I don't want to get rid of it completely because I might actually need it someday after a harvest. After a harvest, a large fridge like this is actually probably going to be useful. But until then, it's overkill. So if I put it right there, I at least don't have to look at it, and it's not wasting storage space in one of my crates. Because these things, like I said, they weigh 40 each, so they're just really bulky and hard to get rid of. Go outside and put them in the restroom or something. Beautiful. No buckets located here yet. I can make buckets now. Am I high enough level for that? I think I am. Yeah. This is one easy way to level your carving, and it's actually pretty useful. Make a carved bucket. Requires a log. One whole ass log. Oh yeah, I mean, if I wanted to get rid of it that way, but like I was saying before, the whatchamacallit, I might actually want those fridges after harvest. They're bigger than normal fridges, and if you actually need all 65 encumbrance of what you can fit in the main refrigeration part in the front of both sides, if you actually need 130 encumbrance of refrigeration, then they're actually useful. But if you need anything less than that, then they're not worth the energy expenditure. So I don't want to delete them, I just want them out of the way. But if I did want to delete them, yep, that would be one way to do it. I should have brought all that small form lumber back when I had the chance. You know, all this running back and forth really isn't good for my weight. I'm a string bean. I'm going to keep losing weight. But the weight problem will be so much easier to solve once we have all of the cows gathered together. The bull will eventually do its work. The cows will be producing milk. So there's 3 medium handles we just carved. And what we're going to do with those is turn them into handles for some buckets. We've got these logs here. Carve 1, 2, 3 buckets. Uno, dos, and tres. Some fog today. I'll leave 2 of these buckets to fill up with rainwater, but one of them I'm going to go fill up myself. So this bucket of water is going to be a cleaning bucket. I'm going to empty a small amount out of it. And then transfer a little bit of bleach into it. About 100 milliliters will probably be fine. Leave the bleach behind. Grab the mop. I said a broom, chicka broom. I said a broom, chicka moppa, chicka broom. I was tired of looking at this stained wall the moment I got here. It's not currently possible to reach that back wall. I could delete it. I could delete that back wall with the sledgehammer. It's not actually blocking the, this little cubby right here is not actually, Am I going to do that just so that I can clean it? I'm thinking I probably am. I mean, it's just unused real estate at this point. I could probably put a stack of boxes in that corner. Wouldn't look too bad. I might just take out this whole wall. I'm a millennial. We're known to buy homes and delete load-bearing walls to give it that open floor plan look, so that the new owner can Pikachu face when the second floor starts sagging and collapsing. I wish I was joking. That happens so often. It's literally a meme at this point in the home buying community, or the prospective home buying community. Is that the support beam to the house? What's a support beam? Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that open floor plan right there. Look at that. That is broad, white, and open. I love it. It is beautiful. Let's put the sledgehammer back down. And I think we're about to gear back up. I have a short-term solution to the weight problem. It involves going a little bit down the road and taking over the convenience store. I can almost guarantee you there will be some heavy form food there. Black beans, lentils, white beans, whatever. The high carb stuff. And we'll just make a few stews with that and just eat the entire stews. And we will be definitively in weight gain for a very long time with that. Not only is that a little bit overkill if we do it that way, that's actually going to put me at risk of being fat again, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do here. I've broken my door, and I can't make it open. Is the fog starting to lift? Not yet. So I'm just going to shut the hunger up with a granola bar for now. And off we go to the south. Am I geared up? I'm geared up. As much as I got. We don't have any reloads for the 9mm, so we're going to be focusing on melee most of the time. I mean, it's literally right here. It's literally right here. I most likely lured most of the zombies away with the horn honk nonsense the other day. The honk honk clown world stuff. So we're probably just going to need to do a thorough perimeter check, and then we're probably good. I think we got a Karen over here. She missed the party, but she showed up anyway. Maybe find keys to that later. Ah, Plunky-mobile. Yes, I will absolutely take myself a Plunky-mobile. Oi, store's closed. Yeah, that's right. Wax your homies, pal. What you gonna do about it? Twinkies. Ah, my key ring is full. First of many times, I'm sure. so it just needs a little bit of gas. The trunk is perfect. It is a perfect trunk vehicle. The engine is... Wow, look at those green numbers. Look at all those green numbers. Engine quality 64, so it's still kind of garbage. Pretty parts, though. Very pretty parts. No windows broken in the convenience store? Nice. Janitor's office clear. Bathroom clear. Storeroom. Bit of a maze back here. Looking okay. They always place this little box right here. Get yourself trapped if you hide in that corner. Ask me how I know. I won't answer. That was a long time ago. B41 days. Hatchet. Hell yeah. There's usually some tools in places like these, but I did not expect to find a hatchet here. How's my whetstone? My whetstone is down to 1/3. That's another... I'm an axe user, and therefore my whetstone gets a lot of use. So, a replacement whetstone? Yes, please. I'll take another one of those for my base. I should have a club hammer, but now I'm sure I do. Okay. The rest of these tools, well, we'll come take another look at them later if we need them. We have a tool store right across the street from us, so I'm not like particularly hurting for tools. But if I see some that looks useful, absolutely. Main backpack is already full, so side backpack coming out. There's a real bucket. And I do plan on planting crops here. I'm going to plant crops here in Fallis Lake. So things like this slug repellent. I don't think I've ever had slugs in this game. But I know that it's possible to get them, so I will hold on to that. And all this heavy form stuff, the rice, the black beans, the mac and cheese, that will be key to my short-term weight gain here. Alright, storeroom is emptied. Check the fridges for butter. Margarine will work. Milk. I'm actually going to pick up this rotten stuff because like I said, I'm gonna plant some crops here, and therefore rotten stuff I need to get tossed into a compost bin. Give me all those beans. Hell yeah. We could probably make a 3-bean soup. This place isn't a Gigamart, but you'll come home with a lot of the same stuff that you'll find in a Gigamart here. Just smaller quantities. Alright, fine. I'll get out a garbage bag for my primary hand. I've secured the premises. I can do this. I left my other military backpack on the floor back at base. I didn't set out with a specific intent to loot the entire place, just what I needed, but, well, you know what? While I'm here. Hatchet. Another hatchet. All of my yes. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think we might be coming home with more heavy form food than sometimes I actually find in all of an entire Gigamart. Sometimes Gigamart, despite having more shelves, I have in the past seen Gigamarts just not actually have a lot of those shelves be filled with food. Like, it's just a lot of shelves just filled with useless garbage instead of food. And I think it's random. I think there is like a random element as to what kind of shelf each shelf ends up being. And there's not like a, there's not like a designated minimum, like this many shelves has to be food, this many shelves has to be random other crap. I'm going to put all of the kitchen stuff upstairs for now. At some point I want the kitchen downstairs, but that's going to have to happen after we are better at carpentry and we can move stuff without breaking it. Level, what are we right now? Level 8's not good enough. I'll still randomly break stuff if I try to pick it up. Such is life in Zomboid. Heavy form food we're putting in its own box up here for now. Three black beans, 3 chickpeas, 3 macaroni, 1 white bean. So I guess unless you count chickpeas as beans, we can't have a 3-bean soup. But we can get close. Oh, split peas. That doesn't... Split peas aren't beans, are they? Nah, not really. Alright, so large form food in top left, cans in top right. And when I say large form, if anybody's not familiar, I just classify anything that weighs 2.0 encumbrance or above as large form, and it's whatever its category is. So a box of nails is large form materials, if that makes sense. Okay, and now small form food, 1.0 encumbrance and less, gets its own container. So it's all my chips, apricots, milk. I kind of, early on when I just arrive, it's better to just shove certain things together. Normally I'd put the soda in its own container, because eventually if you collect enough soda, it will overwhelm whatever container you try to put it in. Soda can get pretty heavy. Not in this game. Depends on the chocolate. Is it are we talking about chocolate Bailey's? Bailey's Irish Cream, because that comes in chocolate. You can get a hangover from that. I can ask me how I know. Oh, that's good stuff. I love it. So total heavy form food is 3 black beans, 3 chickpeas, 2 split peas, 2 white beans, 6 macaroni, 2 flour, 2 rice, and a pasta. That is all really, really fattening stuff. So we'll have no problem with weight gain for quite a long time here. A little bit of cookware. These days I carry around most of my cookware, so I actually just got to go get it out of the vehicle. So I haven't been able to cook just yet, since I'm hungry and I need calories. Chips are a fast and easy solution to that. 700 calories to a bag. That actually already took us out of weight loss. So we're now calorie neutral, which means we're anywhere between 0 calories and 1,200 calories. It feels a little bit odd how the weight gain works when it comes to how many calories you have to have. I've seen it before where I'm like just 900 calories surplus and I'm already gaining weight. And yet sometimes I feel like I'm way over 900. This is all numbers that you'll never see unless you have a stat bar mod, which I used to play with. And I might play with again someday, but for now, I am living without. Let's get one of those, whatchamacallits. We've got about 5 encumbrance of rotten stuff. Let's get a compost bin going. Oh, ran out of nails. Should have like a few left. Yeah. Well, it's we found another box of nails in the. Yeah, we found another box in the convenience store of all places. So we haven't even had to go across the street to the tool shop yet. Composter, Craftsman. Minimal difference between the low level and high level versions of those. The lower level one can still fit more than enough for a full load of compost. But I think the larger one can fit like multiple loads of compost if you fill it all the way up. Especially if you're organized. Now, my understanding, and this could be wrong, but my understanding has always been that the compost that you get is actually based on the encumbrance of the stuff you put in there. So right now we've got 5.3 encumbrance. So I actually think we might get this thing to about 50% full if it composts all of this. 50% full would be a few bags. Each bag extracts 10%, so that's like 5 bags of compost, I think. But I don't remember those. It's been so long since I've messed with it. I don't remember those numbers exactly. This is all small form that I found downstairs here. Those should have gone upstairs, right? Otherwise, everything else down here is mostly accounted for. Water doesn't really have a good home in my storage system because my storage system doesn't usually account for small bottles of water. I usually just have rain barrels or just whatever I'm carrying on me. For now, I can go over here. Cookware and water containers get put in the same container here, so... Okay, there we've got our pot. Now it is time for some chunk. So we are going to make ourselves a rabbit stew. Rabbit venison, and then bean stew. We'll do a load of venison, some rabbit, and chickpeas, and black beans, and white beans, and split peas. And that's 6 different ingredients. And I'm gonna oil it up. Olive oil, and vegetable oil, and margarine, and flour. So that is quite literally a super chunky stew. This should put us straight into weight gain, no questions asked. I'm gonna put this oven back upstairs. But I can't move it right now, so I have to... Yeah, I'm just gonna cook the... I'm gonna cook the stew first, and then I'll move the oven. The stew is just that heavy. It weighs 8 encumbrance. Not just the fact that it packs all the pounds, it's also just heavy. Alright, so how am I... I'm back into weight loss. I'm gonna eat straight up half of this right now. And that took me straight from weight loss to weight gain. So that means by eating half of that, I gained well over 1,200 calories. So I'm not a nutritionist, but I can still make inferences. And now that the stew has been removed a little bit, I can fit it in my backpack, and we'll move the oven back upstairs for now. Until we can get a proper kitchen put in downstairs. And I have to step away briefly IRL. I'll probably be gone for about a minute and a half here. Minutes or so. I'm going to have our girl read some more of this pottery book in the meantime. And I shall catch you guys in just a moment here. Doesn't look like she's reading. Looks like she's just holding the book. Yeah, I don't know. They made it so that we get a reading speed bonus if we're sitting down. So I have to do this. This is the most efficient thing to do. All right, folks. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I'm going to probably go ahead and read through this book here in its entirety. We brought several books to read. Interesting. Oh, I know you guys heard that. There are multiple down here. Yeah, multiple. Very fascinating. They must have wandered, because as far as I could tell, we had a very clean perimeter here. It must have been... Oh, that meta event probably pulled them. The gunshot that we heard the other night. It always feels like it doesn't actually make the move very much, and then sometimes it does. Sometimes it definitely does. Yeah, all these guys here.
Hey!
Because remember, we cleared this building just yesterday. Farmer John here. Yeah, I guess it will. Definitely pulled people out of a hidey hole that I didn't even know they were still in. On that note, while I'm out here, since I'm already out in this direction, I'm going to take a quick peek in EP Tools. They have some construction lights, and I'm going to put those out in my yard, to make it a little easier to see out there. I can't remember if I actually peeked at some of the stuff in here. I think I might have. No. Not in this universe. Because I remember in this universe, Phallus Lake had a lot of zombies right off the bat. We did not have opportunities to sneak in here. On other characters, I did. So we have not actually explored any of the loot in here yet. But for the moment, I just want those lights. Vastly superior to this light. Not in range. I'll put it next to the pump, I suppose. That should be in range if the pump itself is in range. Yeah, that looks good. A third would be perfect, up there next to the generator itself. But that's good for now. disassemble some electrical here. Yep. Light is not required for mechanics yet. I'm sure that's probably going to happen someday. Mechanics is another one of those things they just haven't really touched in a long time. And because of that, we're getting away with stuff like that. Don't exactly have a purpose for this container. It's just general crafting for now. Total seeds in our possession at the moment is a metric lot. And we haven't even hit the farming and rural supply store yet. A few bandages there. More crafting materials for tailoring. So we're ready to sleep again. After we get our second sleep here, we are... we have another bag of stuff we need to empty into the new base here. And then anything else in the trunk of the main step van. I think this pot actually is supposed to belong to the step van, so I'm gonna go double check that. We got fog again this morning. Second morning in a row. Welcome to Project Zomboid. I'm going to finish off this book. We're pretty close to finishing it. Yeah, there we go. I would have finished it last night, but then zombies. And sudden interruption and whatnot, as is wont to happen. So this police duffel bag right here was general stuff that just needs to be unloaded at our new base. We have a specific duffel bag for empty 9mm mags here. Yes, that, okay, so the empty pot. I always need to have one everywhere I go. So my primary vehicle is like the van here, on the driver's seat. I have this container full of small form food that's going to stay in my expedition vehicle everywhere I go. That is okay to stay in the expedition vehicle, but every once in a while I put stuff in there that's too heavy. Like a bag of corn flour or something like that. Hell, even vinegar. Vinegar should not be carried around. Vinegar needs to go wherever I'm going to end up doing jarring operations, which is most likely going to be here. Vinegar and salt, as silly as salt might sound. Vinegar and salt are both things that you have to loot that cannot be produced. That's our prerequisites if you want to jar produce. So you grow some cabbages, you want to make them last longer than they normally would. You can waste some materials to turn them into a jar of cabbages that will last 4 times longer than cabbages normally would. 4 times like 5 days, so it's 20 days instead of 5 days. It's garbage. I don't like it. It's a really stupid system. They need to make jarred food not just be a multiplier to how long the freshness stat lasts, because that's not how jars work in real life. They actually preserve things a lot longer. But whatever. I'm only a little bit mad about it. I know, seriously. The amount of feet dragging going on with the devs when it comes to letting us do something with meat other than just sticking it in a stew and cooking it. It's really showing their hand. Oops. Okay, you really didn't have to do that. Let's see here. We got a triple bar stars and bars here. Let's do that somewhere nice and conspicuous. Alright, everything else that is in the van is part of my expedition kit. So all of that can stay, yeah. This rope, I need to be having at least one rope with me everywhere I go. And as to how I actually do that, it's been an open question, because rope weighs 0.8 encumbrance. 0.8 encumbrance is really annoying to make it fit with other things I like to carry around. So let me try moving that bump. How about I put it in there? Yeah, I'll do something with that, I suppose. We're past the summer months, so whatchamacallit, carrying around a bath towel is not as necessary now as it was just a few months ago. Or just last month, really. Right, I need to swap out pottery here for another book that I need to read. Blacksmithing, I suppose, is the most relevant. Give our base a nice big mark on the map here. Scale this up to 1.0. Now we can see at least the green circle from a high zoom. That's what I like to see. So it is September 13th. I need to plant... I want to plant flax. Flax is definitely on the menu. That will help us level tailoring. When we harvest it, we get lots of things that can help us we can either make cotton or we can make thread. So you can take the flax stuff that you harvest and process, you can dry it out, turn it into tons of thread, or you can turn it into entire bolts of cotton that you can turn around and craft into mid-level hand-tailored stuff like pants, shirts, whatever the hell. The crafted cotton shirt actually is not too awful bad as a t-shirt layer item. I don't currently have anything on that layer. The formal shirt goes above that, so... that's like a dead of winter thing. You would only want to wear that if it's below freezing. Wear it much longer than that and you'll be sweating everywhere you run. I never actually unlocked the bathroom. This is a door I can disassemble. Nah, gotta weld it. Sledgehammer. I will not be denied my own territory. That's where that fucking rat was. Oh, hello! Very interesting decision. Must have been death. See, I had my thumb on the space bar, assuming that that was a possibility, and then all I saw were rats. So, yeah. He wasn't even... He was, like, around the corner from the door. Okay, yeah. As it were. As you were, chaps. Anybody else in there? No. Yeah, it's the quiet ones, man. It's always the quiet ones. Now, when it comes to placing rain barrels in a place like this, if you have a sledgehammer, you've got a very easy option. The second floor over top the this little outhang right here. So this right here, this is just a flat surface right here underneath the roof. The roof won't, as far as I know, the roof won't block rain barrels. So we could just sledge out that area, but I don't really want to put the kitchen facing this direction. I kind of want the kitchen facing this wall. So I got the nice big windows. I can look out the windows while I cook. Which means... yeah, no good options for that out here. What we can do, though, is... If want to do it the easy way, I could make a door in the bedroom and then just put... Sorry, calculating. No, I'm just going to turn the bathroom into a like an outer porch area here. Yeah, we're just going to do that. Let's get this glass out of the way. I didn't actually clean the bathroom up. I'm not particularly interested in using toilet water for anything important, but I'm also not going to waste it. So we got 2 buckets. That is enough to take 20 liters. Empty toilet into... Yeah, I'm just going to empty the toilet into these 2. I also have a gas can upstairs, so I can use the... I want to empty the sink. So there's 10 liters in the bucket and 10 liters in this gas can. And this is good water. This is not toilet water, so I can use it as I need. Chance to break the medicine cabinet still. That's good. Chance to break the sink as well. There is nothing that will ever improve that, so if it breaks, it breaks. Yeah, good riddance. Of course, the toilet, yes. The sink, no. We are not throwing away broken glass. That is useful for glass making. Once we get a kiln and a furnace, we can melt it down. We blow it into jars to jar our food with. So the reason I'm converting the bathroom here into a porch is because then I don't have to rebuild the door. I just have a door right here already. That means I need the sledgehammer, though. I would like to get my September crops planted by the 15th. I do plan on checking my weight gain. We're looking good. I do plan on using some fertilizer on some of the crops. As to which crops, that's going to depend on how much we end up planting. Because we don't actually have fertilizer with us right now. But I do know for a fact that we're probably going to come away with, like... My average is like 20 bags of fertilizer from the rural supply store that's down the road. So I don't know exactly how much is in there. Obviously, I haven't looted it yet, but I'm going to predict that there is enough for our fall harvest. And the reason I'm going to fertilize it is because I'm planting halfway through the month, and I want... Yeah, usually I like to... I think it's best to plant at the beginning of the month, the optimal month. So I do want to do... To keep basically to compensate for the fact that I'm planting later in the month. Even if it might not be necessary. Sledgehammer, there you are. Had to drop it in a bit of a hurry there. Gonna need a little bit of log for that. Let's go cut us some log. Quick check for Zeds back here. You know what? I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. He's he, she, it, whatever. Close enough that on a bright day they might see me. Why use up the sharpness of my axe if I could just right-click on a log on the floor and pick it up? In real life, these logs on the floor would be very, very rotted, and you would not be getting very much lumber out of them. But I'm okay with it. In a perfect world, I would have brought my stacks of rope that I left back in Ekron. But it is not a perfect world, and that's okay. Don't think too hard about the fact that I'm carrying around a bag in both hands, but those bags are magically disappearing while I build the floors. Don't think too hard about it. It works, right? So this is where the rain barrels for the kitchen will go. I actually haven't decided exactly where I want the sink to be, but we have some options now. That's actually okay for now because I don't know how far out I'm going to want this. Probably at least 3 tiles so that I can have the rain barrels and then I can go around. Just have a little overhang out here. I think it'll look cool. I like it. But I would sure like to see what that looks like from a distance here. Oh yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, I could. So burying a corpse, if you think about it, you're digging a hole that's 6 feet deep. I feel like the act of digging the grave should actually be more like that should wind us way more than dragging around the corpses, in my humble opinion. Because if you think about it, digging a hole that's 6 feet deep and is broad enough to fit multiple humans, up to 5, as this game would have us believe, that is displacing a far more dirt in terms of total, weight and mass than dragging all 5. Well, actually, it's about no. It's a lot more because you have to expend all of that. You've got to displace enough dirt to get it like 6 feet deep. That's the depth. Wacky. How about some seltzer water? Yeah, it's true. On my previous character, there was a point where I wanted to move some corpses because I wanted to be able to drive through an area. Having a Chevalier D6 with the trunk that's really accessible from all sides, that proved pretty useful because I could just pick up the corpses and then immediately have the truck right there and just toss the corpses straight into the trunk. So I didn't actually have to do any dragging. It's funny you should say that. There are a couple of trash cans that could fit bodies. and then you can hit the delete button. But yeah, they I think the devs got a little bit. I think they got a little bit. They went a little bit down a rabbit hole with the grapple text system and the animations for everything. A lot of those were put in before B42 dropped, so they didn't have anybody looking over their shoulder and being like, "Is it really worth all the effort for that? Do you really have to make all that and all that?" I mean, because it used to be that we could just move corpses, like they turned into items when we picked them up. That I feel like they should just do that, because I mean, if I can move a fridge and then just have it turn into an item when I pick it up, why not, right? A little bit of consistency wouldn't be too bad. I have a couple different options for what I could do. I need to cook. We're still in regular weight gain instead of rapid weight gain, so I'm gonna go ahead and do another. See, I don't have a pot. That was why I had the pot pilfered from my. Yeah, that was why I had the pot pilfered from my van. I'm gonna check my neighbors. Cooking pots are plentiful until you realize you don't have one. Usually that's when I just go to my own van and get it, but if I keep using it, I'm eventually going to forget that it needs to go back into the van. Chocolate bar on the ground there. What's up, losers? It's one of the only groups in this area, most likely. And then we got a solo Sammy over here. What's going on with this guy down here? He's got a really weird hat. Or does he? I can't really tell. Get up. Oh no, he's just got a he's just got a high top. Okay. A gray high top. Very interesting. Leslie Hendrickson. Very interesting hairstyle decision. I can't say I've ever seen somebody with graying hair choose to have a high top. I've never seen that. I don't even know if by the time your hair is graying, it's usually a lot more thin. I don't even know if your hair is still going to be thick enough for something like a high top when he would have to be lathering on the gel, hair gel. I actually know this from personal experience. I don't know if you guys can tell on my right side of my head there. This is there's a scar on my head, and the scar has, ever since I got that injury and it turned into a scar, white hair has been growing out of it. Gray hair, white hair, whatever, and it's a lot thinner than the rest of my hair. Like, the texture difference is noticeable. It was a race between my brother and I to see who could get into the passenger seat first. I called shotgun, but that doesn't usually matter. And instead of getting into the seat, I jammed my head on the car door. 7 stitches. One of the only injuries I've ever taken IRL that required stitches. Oh, hey there. How's it going? Which message are you talking about, chat? I usually catch chat within a minute or two. When I get focused on combat, it's hard to keep an eye on that. We just got fatigued, so I do not want to be pushing any farther than this house. I'm just going to clean up this last one here. Hello. Go around here. I hear somebody. Bathroom, most like. Could be bathroom or bedroom. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't really care. I have nothing to gain by checking bathrooms right now. I'm here for cookware and neighborhood patrol. And one of those two things is done. A house like this, we got a basement right here. First thing I want to do is close that basement door because I'm not interested in getting somebody come up from the basement while I'm messing around up here. They can slap the door first instead of me. Very terrible prospects for cookware in this neighborhood. At least I got some peanut butter. Well, this operation was a resounding failure. That's alright. Can't win them all. Oh, rifle in the closet. Typical Kentucky closet there. Glad we're seeing more of that. Can't remember if I checked this one. Oh, right, this is the looted and trashed one. So, yes, I did. So, I am once again using the Van's cooking pot. It won't be too long, I'll be able to make my own cooking pots. The ones that the player can craft actually look like cauldrons. So it's always very appropriate when I get the, eventually I'll find a witch's hat, and then I can eat soup out of a cauldron. Technically speaking, you can make soups in a bucket. I could turn this bucket into a soup, whatchamacallit? Into a pot of soup. That is an incredibly heavy soup, though. So we doing another stew, because we still got some venison here. venison, and I'm just going to do one of each of these beans and or peas. So black beans, chickpeas, white beans, split peas, and we have more macaroni than pasta, so I'll do macaroni next. And then that is all 6 ingredients. We are going to fatten it up. Corn flour, regular flour, oil, and margarine. And that is going to be one hell of a stew. While that cooks, there's some sharpening to do here. Alright, there'd be another 80 super stew. I'm going to straight up eat half of this. And that did not put us into rapid weight gain, but I have a feeling that, you know what, I'm okay with it, to be honest. I'm okay with not being in rapid weight gain. At this point, we're already close to 80 kilo. Gonna cut a little bit more tree, and we'll get some troughs put in for the animals. And then tomorrow I'm gonna start bringing some cows over, because I would like to get the animals locked in before we start expending time and effort on building the agriculture garden, the farm, and whatnot. 22:30 is bedtime. Gonna sleep before we start cutting logs. Let's decide where we want the rain barrels to be. So I'm envisioning a green kitchen here, because the green cookware actually is a good match for the green the ATM right there. So a green stove and a green fridge that we could steal from someone, definitely one of the houses nearby will have one. In which case we would do a green fridge in this corner, and then probably a cabinet here, and then a green stove here. So the cabinet here would have the sink. So that means whenever you do rain barrels over a sink, you get a 3x3 grid over top of it. So it goes the tile directly above it first, and then it does counterclockwise, starting with the top corner. So here, 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 here. So really all we've got are these 3 tiles right here, which we've got a little overhang already built. So we're going to go upstairs, we're going to cut wood, and we're going to leave 6, 12, 18 planks up there. And the rest of the planks will be used for getting feeding troughs and whatnot. And we're doing 1 tile in from the edge, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3 rain barrels right here. And we already have the garbage bags to make them, because I found a couple of boxes full of garbage bags. In addition to the 6 garbage bags I'm already carrying around. It's 4 each. So I'm just going to go ahead and open one of those boxes of garbage bags. You can take them piecemeal, but usually the way I like to do it is just take all of the garbage bags out of a box at a time, because the boxes, it becomes less and less useful to keep the boxes around after you've taken some of the bags out of them. If a box of garbage bags is halfway full, then there's no point in the box's existence, because it weighs the same as 10 garbage bags otherwise would. And it is already second bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. And tomorrow morning we'll build the troughs, and weather allowing, we'll go ahead and start picking up the animals. Weather not allowing, then I'll continue a little bit of work here. Sounds like a meta event that will bring them from whatever direction they are towards the left, maybe? I don't know exactly which direction that was. when it comes to choosing where to put the troughs, I usually prefer to put them up against the fences in a position where I can see them when I drive by. So the long wooden feeding trough here, if I put it behind these fences, then I can't see them. But if I put them behind these fences here, then I can see them. Now, there will also be metal ones that I can steal and bring back here. And I will definitely do that with a couple. But this will at least get us started. And I didn't bring the scythe, so I actually don't have... the ability to just cut to cut an absolute ton of grass. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm actually just going to put, like, a couple of grass into each of these to prevent rain from filling them up. Because I don't like it when... Like, let's just say that I come back here and it's raining, which is a very high possibility. It's kind of hard to change something from a water trough to a feeding trough while it's raining, so if I intend them to be feeding troughs, it's best to put something in it, even if it's just a little bit of grass. We will need a butcher hook at some point, so I'm just going to allocate these last 2 planks towards a future butcher hook, probably down here in front of the bathroom or something. I had more rope in here all along. I could have been making bigger log stacks. That's all right. Okay, weather is allowing. We're going to go ahead and start transporting some animals here. The way this is going to work is it's a long distance. It really is. But it'll be worth it, at least for the Holsteins. I am most likely going to go ahead and butcher the Angus cows, as opposed to bringing them with us. Maybe I'll bring one of each breed. Yeah, because there's a Holstein cow down there right now. There's a Simmental, and there's an Angus. But then there's multiple Simmental and multiple Angus. So I may butcher the other Angus and the other Simmental, because basically every cow right now constitutes another trip back and forth. I've got many other things to do. Many other things to do. And every trip back and forth is a lot of time. Now, every time we do a trip, we're also going to stop by our base in Ekron and pick a bunch of stuff up. So every single trip that we do is going to... It's not just going to be picking up animals. It's also going to be transporting vehicles or supplies or something. So it's not like it would be a waste of time every time, but eventually there's probably going to be more trips to secure all the animals than there will be all the loot. I'm not even 100% sure on that, though, so don't quote me yet. I might be wrong. In any case, the first thing we need to do is head back to Ekron and make a plan to go from Ekron to the animal farm, pick up the animals, bring them to Ekron, shut down the generator at Ekron, and to be honest, I'll probably take the generator with me. I think I'm also going to just leave this van here, because there is another step van that I can go recover right now, and it will be full of room, and I don't have to empty all this stuff here. So henceforth, this is my expedition vehicle. We take it with us to new locations. This is the latest new location, and we'll be here for a while, so I don't need this one again for at least a little while. I will need a gas can because the other step van out there is ready to go in every way except for it doesn't have gas. I don't think I'm going to need the sledgehammer, but that's always how it goes, isn't it? I don't think I'm going to need it, and then suddenly I do. I should also cook another super stew before I leave. I'm going to thaw a slab of rabbit. What was I looking for up here? I was looking for something specific. And I already forgot. It's okay. Not just food. Food is... And we can do a soup. If we were going to do venison, it would have to be a stew. And we have finally reached the phase where we have tons of useless leftovers for cooking. These silly bits of rabbit. At least I have a compost bin I can stick it in now. Alright, there is a food for a day and a half there. Hopefully that will get us at least 1 or 2 trips back and forth. So I can get a couple of cows and the majority of our important supplies. That is the goal for the deployment now. We are fit to deploy. Integrity check on my axe. We are looking good on the main axe. The hatchet needs a patch to the handle. Do I have any duct tape here? No duct tape here. I'm gonna stop by across the street. Maybe there's some wood glue. I was supposed to get the gas can for the step van. Currently, this gas can is being used for water. Now this makes things slightly complicated because ideally I would put the water into the rain barrel out there. That is the ideal rain barrel to put it in. I don't know what would happen if I jumped out the window. What should happen is I should no-clip into the barrel in the middle there. but I don't trust this. I really don't. Whatever. I'm just going to put it in the closest barrel there. Oops. So you remember it'll drink from these barrels. The sink will pull from these barrels counterclockwise. So ideally, I would put any water that I would have to load it up would start on the top one there, and then it's counterclockwise, so it'd go around, and then this one would be the second one, and then the one in the middle would actually be the last one. But whatever. If I really care about it, then I can go fix it later. So now I'm going to stop by across the street here, find something to fix my hatchet, and then we are going to go recover that step fan, and then we're out of here. Duct tape, that's one option. Duct tape, that's another option. Do we have any wood glue? Because wood glue would be amazing right now. The back room has not been checked yet. Oh, there's a straight-up replacement hatchet right there. All right, that's one thing that I could do. Just use a new hatchet. Wood glue is harder to find than you would imagine. Whatever. We'll just use duct tape to fix it then. I would usually, if at all possible, I'd like to use something like wood glue because the duct tape is useful for so many other things than repairs. All right, that's good. I'll hold on to one of those duct tapes, leave the other one here for pickup later. So this step fan right here is our target. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to kill this zombie. But there is an entire store full of stuff that's going to be rotting over there. Well, maybe I should actually put the gas in the can. Gas in the tank, maybe. But yeah, I should probably get the rotting food into my compost bin, because that is a time-based activity, and that's going to take time to decay. So the sooner I get it started, the better. These are, there's a couple of, yeah, there's a food market, there's some restaurants, lots of rotted stuff probably. A meat shop on the left side here. Is freaking coffee in here? Okay, sure. Yeah. Bread and me was a good time. Oh, that rotted stuff. Fantastic. Good compost. Oh wow, that big walleye was huge. That is that big walleye right there. That's like a, I think by itself that is like a large amount of compost. Pastry shop, I believe. Some of this stuff is non-perishable. Gingerbread man. Sounds like we lost the music. I'm going to go ahead and fire up a playlist. Seeing as the game decides to just randomly stop playing music a little bit after a little bit of quiet time. Produce, lots of it. Now, some produce that's rotten, you can actually pull the seeds out of it. There's nothing that comes to mind right now that I actually really care about that for, because this is Phallus Lake. There is billions of seeds here already, but that is a thing that you could do if you are in need of seed, which you don't actually have a lot. Now, when it comes to fertilizing crops, there's two different types of, there's two different things that you can do to it. There's fertilizer, which the player cannot make fertilizer. Fertilizer is stuff that contains chemicals and earth elements. That is not craftable, but there is, compost is separate from fertilizer. And they both serve a similar purpose, and that's just accelerating growth. So you can actually stack them both. Mushroom unknown. Yeah, I don't touch mushrooms personally if I don't know them. I believe the optimal distribution for all of this stuff is to put 10 encumbrance of your perishables that you've spoiled into 10 encumbrance per compost bin. I think that is the best way to do it. It's not something that is 100% yielded consistent results for me, but it's pretty consistent. We actually didn't check the back kitchen in here. And I want the flag. Oh yeah, probably lots of meat in here. been a little while since I've actually gone in there and cleared the whole place out. On several of my previous characters, I would just ignore it because it's not worth the effort early game, and everything is spoiled by late game. But in this case, the spoiled stuff is actually quite useful. Okay, I'm not going insane. So at the bottom of the screen, if you look down here in the bottom center, you see that there's a little rightward pointing arrow for this step van. So the fuel tank for this one is on the right. And you have this up here, also a step van. If you get in this one, look at that. It's pointing to the left. I am so fucking vindicated right now about why it just feels so hard to remember which side of the vehicle those things are on. It's because step vans are different. Some step vans is on one side and some of the on the other. I am so you have no idea how vindicated I am right now. Like 200% vindication. Maximum over vindication. I'm not going insane, I'm already insane. And not because of this. That's a relief. Still have the nails? Yes. I'm going to do a test on something here. We've got a big walleye, which is a fish, which weighs, by itself, weighs 14 encumbrance. So in theory, that walleye by itself should fill the compost bin to 100%. In theory. I don't know if that's true. But I'm going to give that a shot, and we're going to see what happens to this one right here in the corner. Because if that one ends up 100% full, then I think my theory is on point. I'm putting like a little bit more than 10 encumbrance in each of these, because it does feel like it's an imperfect science. So that's like 11 in that one, and this one is not complete yet, so let's put a bunch of that stuff. So that means I still have another bag with like 8 encumbrance in it here. So I definitely want to make one more. Because, I mean, I want to make 2 more. I want to make 2 more because there is another garbage bag here with like 16 encumbrance in it. If we play our cards right, we'll use every bit of this as soon as it's available. I'll just go ahead and pre-allocate it so that we've got half of it in one bag, half of it in another. There's 6 logs, and then we can use these last 2. So we definitely had a bit of mission creep there. What was supposed to be a quick stop before we left turned into a long stop. But I still think we have the time to make it to Ekron before we have to sleep. Easily, probably. And now that we've gotten all this stuff cooking, we can divert our attention from here, and there is more happening in the background now. That compost is all cooking now. I should have more than one book to read in case I finish blacksmithing. We're really close to finishing aiming. So I'll take aiming 3 and maybe animal care 2, just as a not animal care 2. We're not ready for that yet. I mean, we're going to my library, so we'll be able to pick up other things. Spare axe in with a spare hatchet. And I believe we're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. Tire pump. These tires are in great condition, most of them. But they could almost always use some pressure when you first find a vehicle. Oops, don't uninstall, please. Inflate. Alright, so this van is now a princely vehicle. It does not get touched no matter what. We go very far out of our way to avoid any zombie contact. The lightest touch to the side might make it no longer a perfect trunk. Optimal route is probably, unfortunately, going to be going through Phallus Lake. Can we go around it? Oh, we can go around it. Okay. Yeah, okay. You know, there might be a much better route. It would all depend on the Jamietown area there. I'm going to check B42map.com. Lovely website. Always shout it out when I use it. There is a road that I think we can take. It's going to be gravel on part of it. So here we are in Phallus Lake, top. And if we go up this road, curves around, there's a gravel road here that splits off. I've used this a few times on other characters. I believe it will take us... That's a dead end. Okay. So... I should try this road. I'm going to try this road. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. I'm going to go... this is a bit of a calculated risk. But if it works, then we're avoiding... We're actually taking a much more... I can't even use the word direct, but... We're doing a lot less of a runaround if we actually take this road. And we might end up avoiding a lot of zombies. It all depends on what kind of population numbers we see on these roads. Because a lot of it, I've never been on it. For all I know, we could run into a survivor zombie, and that would not be ideal. But everything up here is cleared territory, because we did a absolute annihilation of most of northern Phallus Lake's zombie population up here. If anybody wasn't here at the end of last stream, it was a fantastic fight. Most of it within the last 2 hours, I believe. Fatigue just hit, so if we do see a survivor zombie, that's no good. For anybody joining, welcome. If you are not up to date with our current meta goals, we're just going to pick up a bunch of stuff and bring it to our new location, which is Phallus Lake. As our character is more of a drifter instead of somebody who sets up a permanent base anywhere, Phallus Lake will be the closest thing to a permanent base that we have. It's mostly just going to be a place that is centralized to other towns that we explore, because anytime I want to, like, plant crops or have animals, it's best to have them in a place that's like centralized I can return to. So yeah, that's what we're working on in Phallus Lake, and now we've got assets out in the field and other places that we want to bring back to Phallus Lake. And I'm currently investigating an alternative route that may serve us very well in that regard. But it all depends on what kind of Zed activity we see on this road. See Chuck out there, facing the wrong way. He ain't no problem. Little group of dudes out there. Turning north here, I'm 90% sure. Yeah. So we turn north here. We're going to get on Phallus Back Road. Now, the problem with Phallus Back Road is it's going to... I don't know if this is going to happen. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to happen. Like I said, it definitely depends on the movements of the zombies in Jamie-town mostly. Jamie-town has not been cleared. Jamie-town is a massive hotspot around the military surplus store there. We did a little bit of horn honking to move them to a different part of town, but they're still going to be scattered all over the place to the north side of town, so that's going to be interesting. Oh, I know where we're at now. Okay. Yeah. I don't see that accomplishing much. Okay. So, I couldn't see that fucking thing. It was directly behind the godforsaken tree. Tell me that was just a front hit. It was just a front hit. Infuriating, but not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So, that did succeed in getting us around the zombies scattered around the main part of Phallus Lake, but that wasn't exactly... There was a faster way we could have done that. We could have just stayed on that asphalt road and basically just gone around it. Because remember, if I'm going to be transporting animals, there needs to be an absolute minimum amount of zombie exposure. Otherwise, the animals will get stressed and pissed off by being close to zombies. Is there sheep up here? They're gonna die, aren't they? Damn it. You know what? Change of plans. I have a couple of ewes. I do not have a ram. Now I do. I don't know if I'll be able to save these other sheep, but, I mean, I've already got an animal zone ready to receive this guy. Is he dying of thirst? He might be. Just thirsty, not dying yet. So that means that those other sheep there, the 3 ewes in that zone, might still be there. Wait a minute, is he stressed? He's not stressed, and that's the most important thing to me right now. When animals get stressed, it seems to take forever for them to de-stress. We did successfully de-stress a few cows. We had to spend several days with them, just kind of chilling around in the area. I don't know fully all the rules to getting animals de-stressed, but it does seem like if you have I think they have to be outdoors. I had a theory that it seems like animals don't get stressed from being indoors, but they also don't lose stress while they're indoors. I think they have to have access to the outdoors in order for their stress to actually start going down. I don't know that for sure, but that would explain almost all of the odd behavior I've seen where animals seem to never de-stress. I know that putting animals inside does not inherently cause them to gain stress, but if it prevented them from losing stress, that would actually explain almost all the anomalies I've seen. But that would require further testing, and I'm already a little bit at my limit of tolerance when it comes to animals in this game. Now, we took care of quite a few zombies in Phallus Lake, but there are still tons of them. I'm going to take a roundabout way to get back to base, so that I don't lead them directly down the road to base, because they probably actually could follow me if I did. I don't know if this is going to work. I know that you can go around the lake here, especially when there's not a lot of wilderness overgrowth, but if there's going to be Zeds by the church here, which there almost always are, this might not actually work. So you can see from the corpses here, we actually did clear all the way down here already. I won't be able to pull that maneuver while I'm towing stuff. Too much off-roading, and the step van's engine is not very strong. But we're back at base now, so we didn't lead the huge group directly back to base. So he did not get any stress from getting carried past a bunch of zombies, so that's cool. He will need some more food, though. Look at that, he went straight for the water tile. Let me check him and make sure he's no longer thirsty. That's pretty reliable, then. He went straight for a river tile, even though there was no other water sources available to him. Okay, so Operation Actually Get to Ekron has been a failure, but we've learned a couple things about our local route options. Namely, that they're a little bit more limited than I was hoping. That's alright. We'll figure something out here. First things first, though. This toilet water here shall be washing up water. And the rest of it I'm going to dump into the water over here. Yeah, that's true. We gained some info. The rest of the sheep in that zone, I'm going to pick them up as soon as I have an animal trailer, which we will soon. How does that work? Apparently there's two different types of water in this bucket now. It's bleach, water, and water. Interesting. I know that some of the water is tainted, but I thought it would just make all the water tainted. Let's see how the cleaning system reacts to that. Now the switch back here is too far for the, so is that light. That's fine. Oh, I should finish that after I catch a sleep here, because we still got some bleach, plenty of bleach. There's another bucket there. I wouldn't do this for just any base, but I will be spending some time here. That is for sure. Any place I spend time at must adhere to some sort of standard. $80 kilo and still gaining. I'm going to go ahead and read for the rest of this hour here. Always useful stuff to read at this stage of the game. Alright, so, the new route that I want to take now is Trinka Road here. Theoretically, that should bypass all the zombies that are left in the main area of Phallus Lake, because as you can see, the way it highlights, it should just go snake through that unexplored territory there, link back to KY-163, which should be mostly cleared, all the way down to KY-60, at which point we have 100% verified. KY-60 through 144 to Ekron is 100% clear. So we are headed out now for that. You know, that guy right there is close enough to both the road and the base. He is getting deleted. So is his buddy over there. You know what? Everybody over here needs to get deleted right now. If I don't, they will wander up to my base within a reasonable time frame. No slapping these things. Remember how the devs said that fences don't stress anymore? They do. These fences still cause stress. Apparently there were several of them in the burger shop. Now there's not. Possibly. Axe is definitely feeling like it's seen better days. I know I did see the one up ahead. She didn't see me, though. Maintenance makes this go faster, by the way. Hello. Two of them in here. What's up, lady? I saw one back here still, yeah. I don't want to make too much noise next to the fence there, because then it will prompt people on the other side to mosey. Come on, Frank, don't give up. You almost got me. Alright. Immediate threat hand. So, as I was saying, leaving through the north road here. And I already forget what this road is called, but it's going to take us... basically, it's a Phallus Lake bypass if you just stay on this road and don't turn at the T intersection up here. The T intersection up here, if I was going back to Riverside, I would be turning north here. Right there. It's basically a straight shot back to Riverside if you turn north there. So that right there, the gravel road, that's what we tried last time, and that just led us straight to the offshoots of the hordes at Jametown. So that's not a viable route for animal transport. So first time exploring any of this. Everything's looking okay. Not even anything on that residential driveway. You can't just put a shed right there and have me not do a generator check. It's just threaten me with a good time. Every single one of these sheds, even if they're looted and trashed, is a chance for a generator. This one does not have a window, so... It doesn't look like there's one on the floor right now, but we cannot see generators without direct line of sight. These people up here would probably eventually make their way to the road anyway. Vagrants. No patience for vagrants. No generator. But yes, believe it or not, I have seen, even though it's looted and trashed, I have seen looted and trashed, whatchamacallit. Looted and trashed sheds actually spawn generators. Can't just leave it undefended like that. I've got to check it when you do. I'm not like at a dearth of generators, but I want all of them that I can find all the time. Every time. Okay, we're out of here. Very much worth a check. So I think this road is going to do like a double loop, like it's looping this way, but then it's going to loop, and then oh, here we go. Whenever you see a wrecked animal trailer like this, when it first spawns in, as it just has, because we haven't been here before, could actually be animals back here, but there's not. That being said, this is a animal trailer, and therefore it's useful. It's probably heavily damaged, though. And if the tires are busted, then that is a stability problem. Yeah. I'm going to want to fix this before I actually use it. We have plenty of animal trailers where we're going, so we don't actually need to bring one with us. That's going to give the bull driver whatever. You know what? Just get it out of the way then. I'm genuinely surprised I got it that far. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take it up to the side of the road and leave it. At some point in the future, we'll pick it up and maybe take it apart and put it back together for a mechanics experience. No idea how they would have actually made this collision. The vehicles are at such an odd angle. Must have been some ragdoll physics involved. What keeps me to play? Should I answer chronologically or alphabetically? But to be real, the game requires you to burn your creative energy to enjoy it. You've got to make up your own goals and have a lot of fun with what the game can give you. You know, all the various little things that you can do in the game. Like, for example, one of my hobbies is to find the perfect outfit that doesn't sacrifice on appearance. Right now, I'm wearing a formal shirt that I dyed the perfect shade of orange. But it's actually not the perfect shade of orange, because I can get it. You can get a little bit better if I mix a little bit more red dye into it. After I finish my current logistical operation, I'll be able to transport the orange dye that I have and unite it with the red dye that I found up at my current field base in Phallus Lake. And we'll be able to see if there's a superior orange that we can create. But I mean, beyond that, exploration is always a fun thing. I do recommend not going down the rabbit hole of trying to level stats. That is kind of a dead end, because, you know, at some point you're going to realize that, you know, some of these stats are 100% pointless after a certain point. And you're also going to realize that some of them are much harder to level than others. I think this is not far from... Yeah, this, you know... I'm going to go ahead and take the trailer to the intersection and leave it there. But I do need to double back and kill those Zeds. I would just prefer to kill them while I'm not trying to lug something big and chunky like this. I've actually been thinking about doing a completely separate video just talking about that. So if you are interested in hearing a more detailed explanation, feel free to subscribe. I do kind of want to put out a video like that someday. I can't guarantee when, but, you know, at some point. Definitely. Just want to get all of the various different things that I do to have fun in this game. Just kind of put them all together in a semi-coherent format. Because every time the question comes up, which it does come up a lot, I kind of just, you know, stream of consciousness ramble, and I never catch everything, because there's so many different random little things I like to do in this game. Another thing about the fact that it specifically that it feels lonely is this game is a colony sim with no colonists. There are supposed to be human survivor NPCs that we should link up with and actually like form little colonies instead of bases. That's one of the reasons the crafting system is getting increasingly obtuse for people who, you know, if you try to do something that you have no innate skill bonuses in, it's going to be absolutely miserable to level that skill up by itself. And that's by design, because there's supposed to be people who specialize in certain things. You know, you're supposed to, if you're not the blacksmith, go out and find an NPC who is, or play multiplayer and get one there that way. But there's no NPCs in the game, and there won't be for many years. So there's a bit of a catch-22 there. I think we're going to be playing this colonist simulator without colonists for quite a while. Yeah. So, again, B43, I do feel like B43 is not going to come with people, NPCs. I think we're just going to see complex animals. So I think B43 is going to be dogs and horses, maybe cats. But I feel like... And I don't even know 100% why I have that feeling. I think... Well, I actually think I might have seen hints to it on the roadmap, if not outright spelled out. I don't remember where the roadmap is, though. It's in one of the blog posts, but we're talking like before B42 came out. And therefore that means that the any roadmaps would have probably changed a little bit at this point. So I have no idea, to be honest. There are mods that add NPCs. Most of the mods that do it just kind of monkey wrench in the previous systems that used to be in there, which were quite underwhelming. And I'm not personally interested in engaging with those, but there is one mod right now. I don't know the status of it. Every time it comes up, I feel like I should shout it out, so I'm going to do that real quick. It is the only mod in my favorites, so I actually know where to find it easily. Go to Zomboid, go to Workshop. Your favorites. Discontinued. Oh, man. Damn. So, the guy who was working on this mod, I'll link it in the description if you guys want to read this yourself. The guy who was working on this mod has taken a novel approach. The vast majority of mods on the Steam Workshop would not be able to modify the Java code of the game. They only have Lua code. This mod was attempting to add new Java libraries to the game, which means in order to install the mod, you had to take extra steps. You can't just click the subscribe button and play it. You'd have to go in there and actually change some files in Zomboid's folder. Normally, that's a security risk, and I wouldn't advocate anybody do it. This guy has been, he's got a pretty established presence on Steam for a while, and I'm pretty sure some auditors actually took a look. I don't remember, well, he took out the fucking comment section. I absolutely fucking despise it when moderators or the mod creators do this. I cannot fucking it gets me so angry. I get it. It's really annoying to hear people asking the same questions all the time. I know. I'm a live streamer. I deal with that too. It's not... If you're going to have a popular mod, you're going to have to fucking learn to deal with it. Turning off the comments section is not how to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, he's discontinued the mod, so I guess that makes sense. But still, I'm still mad about it. I hate it when people do that. Because I was gonna say that there are people that I used to see in the comment section there who actually decompiled the Java binaries that he's shipping and validated them. Yeah, you know, for whatever it's worth, you know, when a Steam comment, for whatever that's worth. It's not hard to decompile Java these days. You just, I even have it bookmarked. What's it called? Stand by. For the sake of knowledge. JavaDecompilers.com. That's literally what it's called. You can go to JavaDecompilers.com. You can drag and drop the jar file, and it will give you the original code prior to compilation, comments, and everything. Java is a relatively easy to decompile language. It's not going to be perfect. I think there's going to be some structural changes that are lost. Every time you compile code, there's always a little bit of loss. But yeah, normally you would never want to just install Java binaries from a Steam Workshop mod. That one gets my tentative seal of approval though. Tentative. If it hadn't been discontinued. No, it said it's discontinued. The guy actually said that he's still messing around with it in private, but I guess he's tired of supporting it for public release. I should feel like he should have known what he was getting himself into, because anytime you tell people to replace things in a game directory, as opposed to just using what the devs give you for modding, that's going to cause all kinds of problems. Theoretically, there should never be anybody on this road again, because we wiped out all the initial spawns, and respawns are now disabled. That being said, I fully expect a pack of rabbits to appear out of nowhere at some point, threaten to make me swerve off the road. I've not actually brake checked this thing. Here's the turn. The great curve, as it were. We've only got one bite of soup left for public servers. Yeah, well, multiplayer. I don't know if that mod ever would have worked in multiplayer. The way this game does single player versus multiplayer is structurally very difficult. There's a lot of mods that are, like, even mods that seem simple, that would only work in one or the other. And I found that to be quite interesting when I first started looking at the mods for this game. I don't play any mods other than a very simple texture replacement currently. I actually have some code written for a something to repurpose the backpack slot. So you may notice when you put on a big hiking backpack or a military backpack, it gives you another slot. It is the single most useless slot in the game, as the only thing you can put in it is a tent or a sleeping bag. But what if you could put a large weapon? What if you could put another shotgun? I have some code written already that would do that for us. And the way it would work is it would run on... It would load on runtime. and it would just take all existing slots of that type given by all existing all existing backpacks, right? And it would just change the definitions at runtime, as opposed to changing the definitions in the original game files. So it would not actually replace any game files. And I've already tested that if it stops working for any reason on an update or something, it does not actually change anything in the save data. Anything that was equipped to a slot that is no longer valid to be equipped in it will just get unequipped. Yeah, that's right. Killed your homies. But I have not actually turned that into a mod of any sort because I don't yet know the proper way to actually get the code that I wrote to execute at runtime. Basically, the code that I wrote is just something that you can execute in the Lua console yourself. So it would not work outside of debug mode right now. Zomboid uses UDP. Well, the way the game's files are structured is there's client, server, and shared are all like separate categories. Like they're actually like separate subfolders. So like in the textures or not just textures, but things like definitions, recipe definitions. Those are all, I think those are all server defined. But I'm not 100% sure because I've never looked too deeply into it. I've just seen the folders and been like, oh, that's cool. And then continued looking for what I was looking for. Now this road is going to have some burned wrecks on it. Look at that, it's also got some free butchering experience. I tripped over the fucking rabbit, that's really funny. And I dropped my hat too. They shouldn't have abandoned their young. I'm not malicious, I just need butchering experience. Sorry about this, small creature. If you didn't want to die, maybe the devs shouldn't have made it so incentivizing for me to murder you like that. Yep, we are halfway through to level 4 just from those 4 rabbits. And all these bone pieces are useful for tailoring. The heads will get us cooking experience. Not much, but some. Free protein on the road, baby. 100%. I've said this many times, I am not a disliker of animals. Especially rabbits, as long as they don't nibble my finger. She came from on high out of a strange box. Now this one, if it didn't want to die, maybe it should have gotten out of the road and not hippity-hopped at an extremely slow speed. Again, I'm directly incentivized to do this because it increases my butchery skill, which actually gets me more meat. And I have not actually done a lot of crop work yet. Oh, hang on. There we go. I'm not going to butcher them yet because I'm in unknown territory here. I'm just going to continue on. And we'll butcher them when we get to our destination, which isn't far. Here it is. So this area, we did a pretty thorough job of clearing the zombies, but we don't have the talent to weld those cars apart and not be a massive waste of everything. I actually think there's a minimum level of 3, welding 3 to actually just start dismantling cars, but the materials that you get increase drastically over time as you get higher level. So I usually just avoid trying until I get to higher levels. All these zombies up here are now skeletons. Oh, speaking of skeletons, there was a cow in this field. And it died, RIP. But it has decayed into a skeleton, and picking the bones from the cow skeleton will get me butchering experience. In fact, this will probably get me a lot. Yeah, we're at like 582 out of 750, and 90% of that was gained from the from that cow and the rabbits that we hit. Have a link for the roadmap. Yeah, hang on a second. I don't think you can post it normally. I'm gonna wrench you. One moment. I think this will let you do it. I put you as a mod. Let me know if if YouTube blocks you or whatever. If it doesn't show up, I've noticed YouTube sometimes shadow bans links, so it might look like it worked for you, but if it doesn't show up on screen here, then that means it doesn't work. I really hate that side of YouTube, the fact that it just... Ah, there you go, yep. If anybody's interested in the roadmap there, that is, I can pull it up in a moment. But that roadmap, if I'm not mistaken, is probably dated a little ways back. I'm curious if it's been updated for B42. That I also believe is where they mentioned that they're doing 42 and 43 in parallel. So they basically they've got a different part of the dev team working on 42 and 43. So some devs are working on 43 as we speak. And that, what I'm really hoping is, if that's true, and it's actually working out for them, what I'm hoping is that culminates in when B42 goes stable, we can see 43 go into unstable shortly thereafter. That is a very big cope. I'm not sure if that'll actually happen, but it would be cool if it did. It'd be very cool if it did. There it is. We got an entire level of butchering just driving from one base to another. That is the power of books, my friends. Books are very powerful. Books and malice against small animals. Can't forget that side of things. Now, all of the meat we got is going to go into the freezer here, because I do still have a generator running with some stuff in the freezer. So hopefully we can get it frozen before we actually shut down that generator for transport. I think we've got room. Yeah, we've got room in the freezer. One of the pour cuts I'm going to leave in the fridge part, and we'll use that alongside some heavy form food to make a lovely little roast of some sort here. First thing I'm going to do is take some pots out of the cookware here, put them on the driver's seat. Now, these crates right here on the outside are things that need to go forward to my next base. And I have not been very diligent about keeping a close eye on what goes in these crates, other than metalworking and some welding stuff are in the bottom. Yeah, that sounds about right. So here's the dye I was talking about before. This is the orange dye. That is definitely coming with us because we found some red dye. And that means I can darken it and redden it up a little bit and make the perfect color of orange. And I'm here for it. You may notice there's a lot of guns, a metric lot of guns. That is because several gun stores have been looted at this point, and basically everything has been brought here. We've categorized the guns pretty well. Like, for example, this backpack right here is full of nothing but pristine M16s, for a total of 8 of them are pristine, and we found 2 that are damaged. This is from the Brandenburg military checkpoint. It used to be that I would never find a single M16 at any of the checkpoints. Now, we find tons, and I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. So I'm going to go ahead and drop these M16s into the Plonky Mobile. Got a spare military backpack here. The only other black one that I don't have 2 black ones, otherwise I would make them into a, I would definitely make them into a field bag kit. Right now I'm using desert camo so that they match. I'm moving all of my animal processing stuff to the destination here. So that's going to mean the scutching board and the softening beam and the tandem barrel. These racks can stay because they're still cooking, I believe. We'll check them in a moment. This is military gear that needs to be fixed. So I'm calling this garbage bag fix up. Or at least some of it is stuff that needs to be fixed. Some of it just needs to be washed. In any case, it's getting its own separate name. This is long guns of specific varieties. One of each, basically. Some things I can leave behind here, like these spare screwdrivers and wrenches. carve a whistle now. Right, this container is completely full. Like, 110% full. I'm moving non-material tools into it. Yeah, and the toolbox is going to stay here. It's too bulky to want to bring with me anywhere. Any of these magazines we haven't read. There's little green check marks on pretty much all of them. These are the bundles of rope that I was talking about before. Definitely want those. With those, we can chop down half of a forest and carry it all at once because we've turned it into bundles of logs instead of just logs. And I want this premium tech radio because I think we're still limited to only putting those into certain vehicles. And 11. Okay, the trunk is basically 100% full now. Fantastic. Generator here has been running for a few days, and yet its fuel is basically that shouldn't be the case. The fuel is 95% still, so I think there's a consumption problem with the fuel here. I'm not going to complain because it's an error in my favor. Now, all these firefighter jackets and pants on the floor here, it's not worth trying to transport them all at once. There's literally almost 100 encumbrance worth of them. It's like 32 plus 16 plus 20 something. Yeah, it's probably over 100. That is not worth it trying to move it anywhere. The only reason I picked it up is because we can take Kevlar thread out of it. But we need a sewing tool for that, and we also want to be a little higher tailoring. Right now my tailoring, I have not started leveling it yet. However, I have finished reading the book, so I can get to tailoring level 2 relatively easily then. low-level tailoring. One of the easiest things you can do is sew burlap pieces into sacks. And we've already got 10 burlap pieces waiting for us. So we just need some thread here. Hell, I can use twine instead of thread for that. Cool. Now that only gets us 7 experience, so that's going to be... Actually, that's exactly what we need. 7.8 times 10. Yeah, that'll get us through the first level. $75 experience for the first level. Now we are tailoring level 1. There's a couple things we can knit. We can knit a doily. How much yarn is that going to cost me? No, that's it. It's going to cost... I only have 1 unit of yarn, and that's what it costs. So I'll go ahead and use up that yarn then. You can get literal tons of yarn if you have sheep and they've actually grown enough wool to shear them. We have sheep, but they have not grown enough wool. And they're also distributed all over the place. In fact, I think we may have the breed of sheep that does not produce very much wool. We have... I think they're East Frisians, which I think are more valuable for their milk than their wool. Like, they'll produce a little bit, but it's not much compared to the other sheep. I don't think we get experience for picking thread. One of the things I would do in the past is neck guards. Now, here's something that might actually be useful. We can sew improvised briefs. Let's see if they fix the recipe. Nope. If you try to make improvised briefs out of leather strips, it gives you a rag brief. But if you make it out of denim strips, you get a denim brief. What are briefs in this context? It's underpants. It goes in the underpants slot, but it actually provides scratch protection, and it is a platform you can put leather strips on later when you're high level. So this is actually something useful. I'm going to wear it as soon as I make it here. Oh, right, we are hungry enough to eat the... Oh, we already ate the last of the soup. I'm going to just drink something easy here. Maybe some soda. Or, how about we drink some scotch before we go to bed? That'll shut the hunger up and give us plenty of calories. Yep, that'll keep us in weight gain. It'll get us drunk, but we're going to be going to sleep, so it's no worries. As long as you go to sleep after drinking in this game, there's no hangovers, so... Getting drunk, of course, causes many other problems if you don't go to sleep right away. So I don't recommend drinking unless you are ready for bed. I'm going to take all the leather strips that are not currently in a bundle and put them somewhere else so that the game does not use them for crafting currently. Oh, hey, no problem. Glad it worked. Stone maces are, I very much enjoy them. Yeah, you get a production pipeline, and then there's, like, as long as you have the right tools with you, you can basically just make them anywhere. Just using stuff you find on the ground. So that right there was a rag neck guard, and it just costs rags to make and a little bit of thread. So that is actually probably the best thing to grind through from level 1 to level 2 tailoring. Probably about to the halfway point before we have to sleep. And when you, after you make one of these rag neck guards, you can turn around and rip it up, and it'll refund 1 out of 6 rags. So we can use that to do 1 more of these. But now we'll need to start cracking open some of those rag bundles to continue, which I will do after we catch a sleep here. Of course, that actually... Of course, rum won't get rid of all of our hunger now, will it? I think 3 sodas is enough to shut up the first moodle all the way up. I don't know that for 100% though. I would have to have a stat bar to know that for 100%. We are going to run out of thread at this rate. I swear I had more thread out here somewhere. But if I did, it would probably be in one of the vans, most likely this one. But it's not, and that tells me it's probably made its way to the, yeah, if it's not in there, it's probably made its way to the new base. Now that's okay, we can actually, punch some thread. For that we need to sacrifice a few rags. So I'm going to punch thread from 4 rags here. This is where we use our multi-tool because there's no other way to do it. Oh no, we can do it with a needle. Okay. I thought we needed an awl for that. So that got us a little bit of thread from each rag, and we just consolidate them all together now. So we unstack two bundles of rags, and now we're going to make a few more neck guards, and I think that'll get us there. Maybe not. Okay. Well, unstacking the rest of this then. That time we might have run out of thread. This right here, this is where I start really hating the inability to get a little bit of experience from just shortening things. Because now we're pissing away our rag supply, and it's going to be completely gone pretty quickly here. Oh, okay, here's something that can get us some tailoring experience without as much material expenditure. There's a couple of carving recipes that are already available to us, so we can double dip on it. We can make a necklace out of animal skulls. And necklace out of teeth. So I'm going to go get the skulls that we have. This is going to be tomorrow, though. Because we are hungry for tonight, and we are going to sleep after that. We're really close to level 2. We just need another 30 experience. 33 something. We can make magazine armor. And we can use... Oh, we can make magazine armor, and we can use these skill magazines that I'm not really using. Yeah, this container right here contains duplicate skill magazines. So let me take the ones that I'm not too particularly attached to in terms of their appearance value. So we just need one more. And then some duct tape or just duct tape. Okay, so that's one of those recipes that uses duct tape. So we're going to be very sparing. As even though I have a lot of duct tape available, that's not the point. We want to be careful about our duct tape expenditure, because the moment you start using something like duct tape or twine just to level a skill, you'll piss away your entire supply. And then when you actually need it, you will be hurting for it. So here we go. Magazine body armor. One of the only... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Requires tailoring level 1. Gives no tailoring experience. It gives fuck all for experience. Fuck you too, Indie Stone. Fuck you too. Anyway, yeah, let's go get some skulls out of the van, and we'll make some necklaces. Turn your bones into wind chimes, baby. That's so fucking stupid. Alright, that's getting us 8 experience. We can get there from this. Alright, there we are. So now that we're tailoring level 2, we can go and scrap all of those firefighter armor pieces, and it will get us some aramid thread, and aramid thread will be useful much later down, much later down the line. Most importantly, though, aramid thread is lightweight. The entirety of the aramid thread we'll get from those firefighter jackets will be almost negligible. I can fit it all in my backpack. Oh, I don't even need the multi-tool to pick this. Great. We can do it with scissors and pliers. And look at this, we're actually getting a decent amount. So, level of tailoring, it doesn't matter what level you are. It seems to be random every time. Because I'm seeing different amount, I'm seeing the same kind of return variance that I would see at high level tailoring. So, I predicted that it might be the case, but I'm glad to have confirmed it. So the pants gave us 5.5 spools of aramid thread. Now the jackets. Looks like 7. Yeah, because we went from 5.5 to now we're 12.5. And in total, all of the aramid thread we got from all those firefighter jackets, 2.4 encumbrance. I took well over 100 encumbrance worth of jackets and turned it into 2.4, and actually put them to something very useful. Silly things in this game. The secrets of logistics. And we are now going to make ourselves a very hearty rabbit stew. Rabbit macaroni and pasta soup. How about that? Bouillon, garlic, onion, margarine, and vegetable oil. That right there is one hell of a super soup. And while that be cooking, we be reading blacksmithing. We do not have tailoring 2, so we managed to get to tailoring level 2 so that we can pick that aramid thread. That was why I rushed it just now, because we wanted to go pick that aramid thread so that we didn't have to move the firefighter gear, but also didn't have to come back for it later. And I go ahead and eat a quarter of that soup right now because it is good stuff and we have room for it. So now, another thing that we have lots of materials for, and it would be easier to just use those materials instead of transporting them, is carving. We got a bunch of small handles, sticks, tree branches chilling right here. We're going to use up as much of that as we need to get through carving level 5 and 6 potentially. After we get to 6, we do have the next book, I think, but I'm not gonna blitz it beyond that. I just want to use up what we have here as much as we can. So, time for some more pipes, looks like. So all we're doing is turning small handles into smoking pipes. And now we are carving level 5. I will parse through the recipes to see if we unlocked anything else. We can turn a log into goblets now. That is a level 5 recipe. but we don't have logs just laying around. We can carve whatchamacallit, bone fragments into a fishing hook, but we need to research that. We could also make a wooden spade. That's a level 4 recipe. So basically all the higher level recipes that we have available to us cost, they cost more, bigger stuff than what we have on our hand right now. So I just want to use up what we have on hand, which is 14 more small handles. You know what? I'm currently carrying around a fork and a spoon made out of metal. Metal is heavier. The fork and the spoon that you can carve weighs 0.1, while these two weigh 0.25. So the ones I'm carrying around I shall leave behind now. And I'm going to carve my own fork and spoon and then use those to eat with because they are better. They weigh less. And they give me carving experience. Ooh, look at that. I can now make perfect medium handles. Oh, that's fantastic. That means that anytime my hatchets have their handle break, I can now replace it and it's perfect. Beautiful. Oh, and there's a military bulletproof vest laying on the, there's 5 of them. 5 bulletproof vests laying on the table here. Now, sometimes I like to turn these into armor. That costs duct tape, and it's a higher level recipe, I believe. Definitely a higher level recipe. So the question comes up, is it worth it to take those with me? I might just leave them here and come back for them when I'm higher level tailoring. Because in terms of airmid thread, I just picked more than I'm going to need for a very, very long time. So I don't really need to think about that. Yeah, okay. We are now hungry enough for another bite of that soup. And we're still not in rapid weight gain, so that's great. We probably have 1 billion calories. But the moment we get into rapid weight gain is the moment we need to stop eating so heavily, because then if I'm not careful, we'll blow right past the ceiling and be fat again. And we don't want to be fat right now. That makes you run slower. Ooh, that's interesting. If I carve a bone fragment into a sharp bone fragment, I can turn that sharp bone fragment into a sewing needle. That's a level 4 recipe. What do I get for that? That was 104 carving experience. Sweet. And that gets me another needle. We do have tons of bone fragments, so I could do that many, many times. But I am trying to use up these small handles if I can. Hell, we can make a bone awl. That's actually a tool that I want. If I have an awl, then I don't need to be carrying around a handy knife anymore. Beautiful. This handy knife is going to go out in the step fan now, just in case I need a replacement tool for anything that it can replace. So I don't think I'm going to get... I probably won't get through carving level 6 with this, but I'm going to go ahead and use up the rest of these, I'm going to use up the rest of these small handles. And I'm also going to use the kitchen knife to do the carving, because that way I'm not wasting the durability of my long knife, which is a little bit better for combat. Not perfect, but a little bit better. So this won't quite get us there, but it's about to get us halfway there. We've made a lot of smoking pipes, because that is the most optimal thing to do with small handles right now. Hey KTO, how's it going? You're going to be proud of us. We've made a total of 51 smoking pipes, and there's probably a few more to be made. We are about to hit bedtime. We have set up shop in Palace Lake, and we are in the process of, we're going to migrate animals and supplies pretty much at the same time. Nightmare. But we got a fair amount of sleep before the nightmare hit, so that's okay. I'm gonna read a book. And then read some blacksmithing. Well, actually, no, we've got a little bit more carving we can do overnight. Wait, is that it? Only 2? Yeah, sweet. Only 2 handles left. And that's all the handles we had stockpiled here, so we don't have to bring those with us now. Oh yeah, fair enough. I know, right? There you go. I don't really have a strong sense for setting up mod teams anyway. That's all. That's a responsibility I've been running away from for a long time. Whatchamacallit, I've been asked a few times to set up a community Discord, but I've been terrified of having to moderate it myself or find the right person to be a moderator. That's a lot of thinking. I don't want to do no thinking. Imagine thinking. I'll load up a little bit more into the variety bag here and then I'll leave it. Passenger seat, go. Hunting store had 3 guns. Wow, that's a disappointment in a barrel right there. Hey, the leather's done. Sweet. Okay, so what I'm going to do is establish a bag specific to metalworking. So this garbage bag here is going to contain the 2 medium leather and any tools I've set aside specifically for metalworking. So the punch here, snips, vice grips, spare tongs, chisel, file, double pliers. The hook is kind of separate from that. Cauldrons. 10 encumbrance worth. Sorry, not cauldrons. Crucibles. You know, I suppose this wooden mallet actually counts towards something. It is technically in that category. So this garbage bag right here, metalworking. Going to combine it with a garbage bag full of stuff that will also go in a hand carry bag. So that means 26.1, that's 9.9. Yeah, and then, okay. So literally just 1.9 encumbrance left to go in this second garbage bag. And then we've got a full container. Looks good to me. So these 2 garbage bags right here is a full military backpack worth of stuff to load up. Exactly. Wait a minute. Am I short something? No. 36.1. Okay, I was off by 0.1. Should have been 9.8. Okay. There we go. Alrighty, so for anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are in a migration phase. We're breaking down all the supplies we have stashed here at Ekron. We're going to move as much as we can to Phallus Lake, which is sort of going to be a centralized deposit zone for us. We're going to build some infrastructure there because Phallus Lake is positioned pretty much in the dead center of the map, right here. This is the B, that's the gas station base where we're at in Phallus Lake. As you can see, just dead center of Rosewood, Riverside, Muldraw, West Point. The distance is a little longer from Brandenburg and our current location, Ekron, Echo Creek. There is nothing close to Irvington except for Echo Creek and Ekron. But Echo Creek and Ekron are also farther away from everything else. So Irvington is just, there's not a lot of anything close to Irvington. So Irvington, we've got our own base there. Everything else is a stopping point halfway across in between. Finished our last of the stew. How's our weight? 82 kilo. So we're going to do one more of those lovely things. I don't really think I'm going to do a jar, if anything. Oh, we've got bowls. I'm going to thaw these bowls. Yeah, we'll try to eat these. And if we start losing weight because these bowls don't have any chonk in them, then that's okay. We have chonk. We have chonk. We have lots of chonk. Chonk is easy to come by here. Alright, so how to prosecute the next phase. We're going to take the we're just going to take one of the sports cars directly to the animal farm, and we're going to use one of the trailers that's already at the animal farm to pick up a cow and one sheep, bring them both down here, and then we are going to, the sports car can stay here. We'll take the Plunky Mobile and tow that animal trailer back to Phallus Lake, and then rinse and repeat. Actually, when I get to Phallus Lake, I will probably use a throwaway car to get back here. So then I can leave behind the car I used to get back here, take one of these three mostly fully loaded trucks down here. Same deal. After we get back here, we use the race car to go pick up an animal and bring the animal here, and then one of these three will tow the animal back. So total of 4 trips. So we've got a lot of logistics ahead of us, but that is okay. That's what happens when you have a lot of stuff to move. Just because Dani is a drifter does not mean she does not have a lot of stuff. With the bowls of 45, we've got plenty of food. I'm going to go ahead and leave these medium drying racks behind. I want to bring them with me, but right now I need to not be carrying so much. And I think of the 2 sports cars I have, the blue one is better prospect because it actually has an intact, intact window on the driver's side. The other one does not, and I cannot currently repair sports cars without causing damage. Slight downside to the wilderness overgrowth being slowed is it's more subtle, and it's harder to notice when the paths you like to take are being loaded up with bushes and stuff. So in order to get from Ekron to where our animals are, it is less distance to go down KY79 here, but KY79 is not secure. So we cannot take the animals back down this road, but we can go down that road to get to them. We'll just have to do a bit of a roundabout to get them back, because there is a road that is much more cleared. And we will have to limit our speed artificially with this thing, because if we don't, we will crank our way to 120 miles an hour without blinking an eye. 70 miles an hour is safe enough for now. At the end of the day, this is a... Hold on a second. Am I going the wrong way? I shouldn't be exploring new territory. No. I am going the right way, but it's okay to be seeing zombies. After all I just said out loud, I actually kind of forgot for a second that, yeah, we would be seeing a few. And by a few, I mean a lot. I forgot we have sheep here. I can't save them right now. No, I won't be able to save them for a while. I also checked, they're stressed. I remember now, I got angry at those sheep because they're stressed. There's nothing I can do about de-stressing them without wasting several days, and I'm not doing that. See if you bastards can do 90. Got rain. That's good. We've got some rain barrels at our new base that have not been touched yet. Race car versus some deer. What if I wouldn't be able to do anything with it, so I'm not going to. I haven't read the next butchering book, so I just find it really funny that a race car makes a semi-decent hunting vehicle just because you can get really close to a deer and just stay ahead of it. One could say that the race car is now making a full circle because it is now back to where it was originally found. I drive off-road in this area so that the zombies, when they lose track of me, they're wandering into the forest instead of into the road. I didn't think I'd be able to do that. The past couple of times I've driven past that mail van has been semi-inaccessible. Now, let's just say that this proves to be like a perfect mail van and the trunk is 208. It's actually, that would still put it behind some of the other step vans because the mail van, for some godforsaken reason, is the only step van in the game where you can't access the trunk from the cab. Like the container, you can't access it from the driver's seat. Why? I don't know. That was one of the many bugs that I don't know if I reported it properly, but I remember posting about it in Steam. And once again, no reply from anybody. I think we're going all the way down to the next turn here. Yes. Why are my Holstein cows not in the zone? That's irritating as absolute fuck all. So, so much for animals staying in zones. And you know the best part about this is I don't think I have a rope. I don't know if they trust me yet. I've only spent a few days around them. If they do trust me, they'll come to me. Hey, they trust me. Okay. In that case, I can just yell and they'll follow me.
Hey! Hey!
I love it when they trust me. Now, how did I get them to trust me? I basically just spent several days with them. I didn't actually do that because I wanted to get them to trust me. I did it because I wanted to get them to de-stress. That was successful. They are now de-stressed. I'm going to eat these bowls of 45 in half increments because I have discovered that these bowls will... These bowls will not last long at all. So I actually want these buckets, but I do not need the water right now. Now, I mentioned previously that I would like to have some metal troughs at my new base. Metal troughs are superior in pretty much every way. That one right there that I just put the water into is pretty much a lost cause while it's raining. Because if I try to empty it, then the rain will just fill it back up again. But this one right here is empty. And I can pick it on up. Easy peasy. So we got one metal trough. And we're going to put it into the food containers on one of these here. And of course we'll also put some actual food in the food containers. Now, the most important cow in this field is the Holstein cow. The least important are the Angus cows. So what I think I'm going to do with that information The Cimidel here is in the middle. The Cimidel cow, I am going to take first as a guinea pig to make sure that the route does not cause any stress. Thankfully, no need for meat stroking right now. If anybody missed it, the joke there is the you have to pet the cows in order to reduce stress, and that resulted in a lot of cow petting, also known as stroking the beef. Beef, stroke 'em off. So henceforth, this one is East Frisian F1, female one. And I'm going to bring the trailer to the cow, because I don't, like I said, I don't have any rope because I'm an idiot. Oh, I already detached. Okay. I think I checked the trunk of this, actually. Good. Yes, now I remember. The trunk of this had almost literally nothing in it. Some of this, I'm just going to leave most of this here. So this is a perfect trunk. It's got a 208. This is one of the ones where you can uninstall the window even if it's locked. Nice. And as I mentioned, you cannot access the trunk from the cab here. It's just not in the list. Just not possible. Now, the way I'm going to do this, I think, is I'm going to leave this vehicle here, come back for it when it's time to come to Irvington to actually do things. So that means I'm going to be leaving it up here, but then when we come back to Irvington, it won't be a very far jaunt to come up here and grab it. Just going to leave a liter of gas in it so I can move it out of the way. Am I going insane, or was that bush not there just a minute ago? I might be going insane. Or I probably already am insane. It's alright. Now, henceforth, these vehicles are going to be recovery vehicles. So, what I leave in the trunk, a tire pump, and some gas cans can't hurt. I'm going to put the scythe that I'm carrying around into the egg container here, as well as some decorations I picked up. Hey, how's it going? Thank you. Yeah, I'm indeed back. All these books are outmoded. I'm just going to leave them behind. Just enough time to put a kettle on. Now, I have an interesting theory. I'm going to test it. My theory is right now they've made it so that rain doesn't immediately start filling up these containers after you empty it. So I'm going to find out. Just going to take this hay out. And it's filling it up. Okay, I was wrong. And as soon as it starts... Well, actually, look at that. Look at that. Okay, so something did get changed. I guess if the water is below a certain threshold, you can pick it up. That's great, because I wanted one of these large ones. In order to take it with me, I'm going to need to put one part in my main backpack, and then 2 parts in my secondary backpack. Beautiful. All right. So now we're going to load up the Ginfidel. And since I'm an idiot who didn't bring any rope, we're going to have to back up to it. Do this very carefully. The lightest bump will kill any animal. Just got to get a little bit close and then you can put them in. Perfect. Now there's some chickens down the road. I was questioning when I was going to bring them, but honestly, 70 encumbrance means we can probably fit a couple of chickens in. And if we just take them a couple at a time, then that's great. Because remember, we will never be able to fit more than 1 cow unless one of them is like a calf. And none of these cows are calves, they're all adults. So right now we've got 1 cow and 1 of the sheep. And now we can cram a couple of chickens in there. In real life, this would never in a million years work because the chickens are so small that the cow would almost certainly accidentally step on them. If you put them in the same animal trailer with no real form of separation between them. Yeah. Do I need anything to get them into the trailer? So, right now, I can actually get... The animals trust me, and because they trust me, they will come when I shout. So all I gotta do is shout, and they'll come right to me. But that only applies to the cows up there right now. I'm gonna have to drop this because I need both hands to pick up a... So we've got a rooster here. I don't want him right now. He's underfed, so I'm going to feed him by hand. I need to take some hay out of my backpack here. There's plenty of water in this field, but there is no food. And I cannot build a feeding trough right now, because if I do, it will, Oh, that one's well fed. If I build a feeding trough, it will immediately fill up with rain. Oh, this one's also well fed. Okay. This one probably needs some food because I can actually feed it, so I'm going to feed it. This one is stressed somehow. I have no idea how, because this one, or rather, I don't recall there ever being zombies up here. So, I don't know. Let's check this one down here. I think this one is stressed too. Yeah, this one's stressed as well. Well, whatever. Got killed by an angry ram once. Yeah, Annie Mae's previous life, 42.7, she took a scratch, I think, from a bull. So on average, the chicken is 26 encumbrance. So I think we can fit one more. So I'm going to go get the other leghorn. I usually prefer leghorns over roads, but I don't think the difference is that substantial. I think the leghorns might lay eggs faster, but don't quote me on that. That's just a theory. Again, theory. Henceforth, you shall be known as Leghorn F2. Now that one only weighed 21. That means if there is a younger one here, just going to survey the ages really quick. So if there's an adolescent one, might be able to actually fit it. That one's adult. That one's adult. They're all adults. I suppose I'll check the cockerel and see if, because that's technically adolescent. Oops, I meant to pick up, not pet. There we go. Nah, he's 23. Okay. That's literally just a smidgen too small. Okay. It's whatever. I wanted to bring the rooster a little bit later anyway. So I did not see anybody hungry. So everybody's been fed. Alright, we are now headed back to Ekron. And the road we're going to take to get back should be zombie-free completely. Emphasis on should. In fact, it should be free of all obstructions. We're going to find out. Looks like we got a bit of a rightward drift. So there are zombies here in this area, but they should still be on the other side of that gate, which they are. Perfect. They probably will not bother us at any point. What is going on there? I feel like this thing is drifting to the right even after I overcorrect. Okay, maybe not. Definitely different. If there are alignment issues with your tires, I think the sports cars like this one probably are the most apparent. You're going to notice it the most. So I believe we turn north here. Just going to double check that because it actually has been a little while since I've... Yeah. Yep, this is it. Okay. So there's a bit of curving on this road, but it is otherwise should be Z-free. Mm-hmm. Yeah, tire pressure. I do have a pump. You know what? Let's see if I can fix this really quick. Just max out all 4 tires and see if that, because that's actually rather noticeable. More noticeable than most other vehicles. And as you can see, look at the tires. Look at the tire conditions. There is a significant difference between left and right, but the pressure differences are probably even bigger. They're also old tires. That's interesting. You would think it would be performance on a car like this. Let's also, while we're here, consequences of weight are negligible, but we're also always carrying stuff. That's just our ambient loadout always weighs a lot. That's never not going to be true. Our ambient loadout is always very heavy. Now, that is very often for my characters who don't start at strength level 10, that is intentional. For characters who don't start at strength level 10, being overburdened and running around increases your strength experience. If you're not overburdened, you don't get strength experience while running around. So, now that being said, this character is level 10 strength. But you also lose strength over time. So you'll very rarely, once a day, you might notice my character showing as if they got a level up in strength or fitness. That's because once a day you lose a little bit of strength and experience in strength and fitness. And you can immediately gain it back if you're just doing things that gets you strength experience. So but that's kind of a silver lining. At the end of the day, I'm overburdened because I'm carrying a lot of stuff. And I'm carrying a lot of stuff because I need a lot of stuff. And possibly because I'm a pack rat. But yeah, I'm carrying a lot of stuff almost all the time. That feels a little better. Yeah, that definitely feels a little better on the alignment. Oh, look at that. That's beautifully straight. Oh, that's beautifully straight. Yep, tire pressure is a lot more impactful than whatchamacallit, tire condition. I think there's only like a plus or minus 2% differential between the two sides. Basically, anytime you run around, you have a chance at getting fitness experience and running experience, and if you're over encumbered, you also have a chance at strength experience. But they all roll on separate rolls. I don't know the MTTH on it, but it is basically that you're maximizing your chances for periodic gains by running everywhere and being a little bit over encumbered. Now, if the more over encumbered you are, the more endurance gets sucked up. So I don't usually like, because I'm at stage 2 overloaded. Stage 2 overloaded is not what I want to be for a standard kit. If I dropped the backpack that I'm carrying in my hand and I was still overloaded, then something would be wrong. Stage one burdened is the only one that I'm willing to accept for just a standard loadout. Because, for example, if I got into sustained combat right now, while I'm stage 2, which is the overloaded mood up there, then I would burn through my endurance really fast, even though I'm fitness level 10. So that's one of the reasons that I actually have a key binding to just drop whatever's in my hands, because that is something I'll need to do often. I'm carrying a lot of stuff, and I need to get into combat. I just drop whatever's in my hands if it's extraneous like a backpack. Looks like while I'm towing an animal trailer, I actually can't go too much faster than an ambulance. I probably could on a straightaway, but I'm not going to try. I'm still going to dial it back when we get to the 90s. Oh, the pump needs to go back in the trunk. Metalworking garbage bag. Variety garbage bag. That is should be a perfect fit, but it's not. There's just something wrong with it. I absolutely fucking hate when that happens. 35.9, and then I can put the buckle back in. It's like there's a floating point math error occurring under the hood. Oh man, I have words for this game's floating point math errors. I have words for them. Sorry, I'm not that mad. Just a little mad. I'm going to start transporting some of the freezer here. We're not going to be able to get it all in one go, and that's okay. I'm going to take the, like the smaller stuff. We'll do the jars next. Actually, I might be able to get it all. It'd be great if I could, because then I could shut the generator off. Beautiful. Generator's going down. Do I have to bring 100% of everything? Maybe not, but I'm going to. Every single container and all the vehicles are full. Off we go. If I play my cards right, we'll be home before bedtime. I'm carrying so much that I literally I can't take food out of my, okay. Yeah, I'm carrying so much that I can't take food out of my, backpack and eat it. That is a skill issue right there. So, we have probably, in total, about 400 encumbrance of stuff between what we're hand carrying, what's in the van, and what's in the, trailer. That is why I have gone very far out of my way to make sure that we are going to be able to drive down this road mostly uninterrupted. There will be some burned wrecks that we have to stay on this side of the road to avoid. And once we're past them, we're good to go. I think it's coming up here. There it is. This was a respawn hotspot back in the day. Back when respawns were a thing. No, they are not. Oh boy, would I love to get out and kill them. But I have animals with me. If I get out and kill other animals nearby the animals that I have, the animals that I have will get stressed. They don't like being around animals that get killed. Do be advised that driving down KY 144 here in the middle of the road is normally a very dangerous thing to do. If it was not for the fact that we had a sledgehammer and we removed some random metal barriers that show up in the middle of the road on the bridge down here, this bridge right here, usually has railings in the dead center of it. But we fixed that with our sledgehammer. We fixed it with extreme prejudice. Because I knew I'd be going back and forth on this road a few times. Open roads, finally. I overfilled my damn water again. Now I spilled it on myself. Tiresome. In response to accidentally getting dehydrated or getting close to it. Now I'm spilling water all over the place. Absolute state of my life. Knowing my luck, that bowl of soup is going to be stale by the time we get back to base. But there's nothing I can do about it unless I want to stop and get out and drop stuff. That's literally what I have to do right now. I'm just carrying that much. We are a freight train, and we must reach our destination, because stopping is bad for business. In the economy of time, at least. Alright, I might have overestimated my ability to get back to base before bedtime. We do have sleep houses secured on the road. I don't remember... We definitely don't have too many up ahead, though. Because up here we have a northward turn, and then it's basically just Jamie-Town or Fallis Lake. And Rosewood is not secure, so we're going to pass by the road to Rosewood, but that road is not secure. You see the random red light that seems to be flashing all over the trailer? That is because of the tail lights. The tail lights do produce light, but the light doesn't stay very steady on the surface, just like our headlights don't. Alright, so I don't yet know, or at least I don't have memorized the correct turn up here. We need to take a long way around. So it's going to be a left, a not left, and then a left. Okay. Yeah. Left, straight left. I don't know if I've done these roads at night in a very long time. So here's the first left. Road's gonna curve. So we've had our two lefts, and now we go straight at the next turn, but then we take the next turn. And I'm not counting the gravel roads. So straight here. I sincerely hope that that did not stress my cows. Anyway, we're taking this turn right here. I genuinely don't care about anybody else that I'm carrying right now, but if the death of those rabbits stressed out my cow, I'm going to... Yeah. Yeah. Respawns for zombies might be off, but respawns for rabbits seem to be in full swing. They'll be swinging from a tree soon. I feel like if that had stressed the cow, we would be hearing stress noise by now. I would, if I must delete all rabbits, I'd prefer to do it by hand at this point. Even the cow agrees with me. Welcome to Phallus Lake, filled with corpses, as you do. At the very least, they're not the corpses that move. Now this, again, I don't have rope on me at the immediate moment. So I'm going to remove the cow, but then I'm going to use, I'm going to do a little yell. I'm going to do a little cue here.
Hey!
Oh, the chickens actually like me enough to come when I call. That's cool. I thought they would have run away by now. Yeah, reloading early magazines can, or rather, early game reloading is pretty easy. Damn it. Fuck everything. I'm not going to try to carry the rest of that in. Come back for it later. Just to make sure I get the perishables. Yeah, no, that's, like I said, I've said many times here, you've got to burn your creative energy to enjoy this game after a certain point. I have a little too much to burn off. I really should be burning it off with writing my book, but I'm still stuck in a couple of blocks. And nothing's going to change that anytime soon. Oh, this godforsaken thing doesn't have much of a freezer. I forgot about that. Blast it. So that means tomorrow I need to prioritize getting a real freezer. Because this thing's freezer is garbage. Tiny little freezer. Yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Thus far, I've kind of just been operating on, my character gets their happy ending when the B42 updates the version to a save incompatible update. Long overdue a sleep, but worth it. Got everything mostly situated. Tomorrow we will have to prioritize getting a real refrigerator. I'm going to use the lovely website b42map.com to identify where the nearest green refrigerator is. We are in Phallus Lake here. We've got a few residentials off to the side. Looks like those kitchens, all three of them have white fridges. That looks like it could be green. It also looks like it could be surrounded by Zeds. Yeah, that's past the clinic. That is gonna be full of Zed. Oh, up here should be somewhat clear. Hey, look at that. Oh yeah, we got a greenhouse, boys. Beautiful. All the green furniture I would ever want right there at the house with the fence there. Right across the street. That's our target. We gotta sleep as soon as the game will let us so that we keep our schedule intact. Oh, what did I do with the book I was supposed to be reading? Damn it. I'm supposed to have a book to read, but I don't have it. There we go. Second sleep. Now, leaving the chickens here is not a permanent solution. I'm just coming here to pet them and putting them here because this is where I have a pen. At some point, I will give them their own house, like a proper house. F2 is no longer stressed. How about F1? F1 is still stressed. So we'll be coming back here periodically to pet F1. Yeah, and the most important timed action, happiness, if you are even a little sad, weapon switching. The amount of time it takes to switch weapons is cut in half. So happiness is actually an incredibly important stat. It's not just window dressing. You will get killed in combat if you don't switch weapons fast enough on certain occasions. I don't recommend rolling the dice on it. Are we really doing this shit again? It really ticks me off, but whatever. The scythe can stay here. Oh, we got an incoming. What brought you here, I wonder? Now, I have a question that is yet unanswered. How far away do zombies have to be to wander towards animals? Now that animal noises attract zombies. These buckets never started filling up with rain because I built the overhang a little too far out. That's alright, I suppose. Alright, so time to go acquire a real fridge. We're going to need a vehicle that can fit not just a fridge, but a little bit more. This van has about 100 encumbrance to work with. Therefore, this van is going with us. This house was actually in good condition before we let an entire army of zombies through it. I need to take off some stuff so that I can actually manage to pick up the fridge. Coffee. Coming back for that. Alright, rolling the dice on the sink. See if it breaks or not. Did not break, thank gosh. Okay. See if any of these break. Chance is only 15%, but it's non-zero and therefore I'm mad about it. Decto, how's it going? Well, I guess we got no corner. I should have known better than to do this at not level 10 carpentry, but we'll find another greenhouse somewhere here. In the meantime, I'll just take stuff that doesn't have a chance to break. There's another counter in here. Maybe we'll come back for it later. I think 3 is all we actually need to get things into a place where I want them to be. I think the battery of this van also needs a charge. It's looking a little light on the green there. It's like a forest green, so it needs, that means it probably needs about 10-15% maybe. If you want a sledge, you'll probably never find one. The trick is to never want one. I've always found them when I don't need them. 1, stove, 2, 3. Yeah, we don't need a quarter piece. Hell yeah. Just like I planned it. Alright, green fridge has been acquired. I don't have to deal with that stupid fake fridge upstairs anymore. Stupid little thing. And thankfully there is no chance to break if you're just installing stuff. Look at that. Look at that. It is a perfect match for the ATM. Beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. I love it. Yeah, no, that is, that's how it goes. That's unfortunately how it goes. You will always find what you don't want when you want something else. I've learned to just accept it and take whatever comes my way. This is the only way. You must learn to rise above it all and achieve Zen. Figure out a home for this stuff soon. Rope for cutting large amounts of wood. Also wood axes for cutting large amounts of wood, possibly when I'm higher level. don't really have a good home for the radio yet, so we'll leave it on the floor here for now. I brought it because it was right in front of me. I believe these are all the hatchets I own right now. Got 3 of the fiberglass handles and 3 of the regular ones, in addition to the ones that are already on me. At long last, we have the orange dye that I found in Ekron and the red dye that I found here in town. We will do something with that at some point. We've got a lot on the table right now, but I will leave them right there next to each other. It is time for us to cook. In order to do that, we're going to bring the stuff that's upstairs, put it into its new homes downstairs. Painstakingly sorted small form food. And then large form food. Canned food we will have to figure out soon here. The lit tiles in the strip club, I don't think you can pick them up, but to be honest, I don't think I tried. If you can actually pick them up and move them, hell yeah. But I don't know if you can. Fascinating. Definitely missed out on an opportunity last time I was there. We are in need of a pipe wrench to plumb the local infrastructure here. I don't know if I have one immediately, so I'm going to go grab the one from the expedition vehicle. That is what it's there for, after all. Speaking thereof, every one of my major vehicles needs to have a pot on the driver's seat. I've been burned by not having a pot one too many times. It's just too useful of a thing to have whenever you're out and about and things might go weird. Beautiful. Now, before I forget about it, that pipe wrench goes right back where it was. We do not leave the expedition vehicle without something necessary. At least not for long. Halfway full. Alright, our weight is 83 kilo and we're still gaining. So, I'm just gonna make a rabbit soup with an egg. And maybe just a little bit of chunk to get us over the edge. So that'll be, I think the ones we've been using the most are chickpeas, but let's double check that. Black beans we have the most of. So just a little bit of black beans to keep the chunk up. And then topping it up with some crackers. We will not oil it up or anything like that. Just flour, perhaps, corn flour, and some salt. Now, while that's cooking, I need to get rid of the other fridge upstairs because we don't need it anymore and it's wasting power now. Chance to break, don't care if it does. Now there is a chance to break for these floating cabinets. I will not be touching them because of that. They are way too useful to accidentally break. Canned food in this garbage bag till we find a better solution. Ended up coming out with a 60 soup here. Enough room for half. Excellent. I'm gonna go pet some chickens. I think only F1 is still stressed. And after I pet them, I'm going to take a bath. And then we still have a little bit of time in the evening. I'm going to go rescue the rest of the sheep. Because there are a few sheep that I'm capable of rescuing, and therefore I will. We don't have to go anywhere near as far to get them. Now this is fascinating. This feeding trough had some grass in it, but only a tiny amount. They must have ate it. Let's put a little bit more in. That must mean that they actually... Okay, so I've noticed this in the past. They seem to eat from these containers in a certain order, and I think in this case they're going from right to left. So starting here and then progressing that way. So really, we really should just put most of the hay on the other side. Oh, right, I was going to take a bath. Let's take a bath. That's the lovely part about basing right next to free water. My kingdom for a wash everything button.
Oh.
I was supposed to pet the chicken before and after washing up. That would have been optimal. Still stressed. So yeah, definitely still needs pets. Nope, I will not be doing I will not be doing any public Zomboid servers, or any public survival crafting servers in general. I have so I have a bit of a I have a bit of a manifesto approach to multiplayer in survival crafting. Specifically, I'm talking about. I usually talk about it in context of PvP. The problem is, if you have a public server, it always becomes PvP eventually. It's even if you don't enable friendly, don't go down that rabbit hole of assuming that you can stay ahead of everything. If somebody wants to fuck with you, and you have a public server, they're gonna come in and they're gonna fuck with you. They're gonna find a way, and it becomes an arms race of finding a way to stop them from fucking with you. And I just no, I'm done with all of that. I'm done with 110% of that. So unfortunately, I will not be doing any multiplayer survival crafting except with people that I know in real life. Because if it's people I know in real life, I know exactly where to find them and go fucking punch them in the face if I need to. Over the internet, I can't do that. So I don't do survival crafting over the internet anymore. If I play with Geth, and he decides that he wants to just delete some of my crops while I'm sleeping or something, just to fuck with me, I know where he lives, and I can go punch him in the face. If Mashik wants to lead a horde of zombies to one of my bases when I'm not ready, I know where he is. I can go punch him in the fucking face. I'm not, but I'm not doing that with anybody on the internet, no matter how much I trust them. There's probably a bunch of great people in my chat who I would probably trust and probably be perfectly fine with, but that doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I've seen it happen to other YouTubers, and I've actually suffered from it. I've told the story a few times. I used to play Ark with Carl Benjamin, and that's where I kind of experienced all this firsthand. All of this shit that I'm describing, I was secondhand, because I was in his tribe for the first 3 iterations, and then the 4th, I just dropped by with some friends. I didn't even make it to join his tribe, and there were still other people who joined just to fuck with him. So it's just you don't win situations like that. You just start suffering more and more over time. Now, of course, I'm a lot smaller of a YouTuber than him. That guy had over 100,000 subs when he actually started, so it's not like I would run into that problem immediately. Eventually, though. I would always eventually go in that direction. All it takes is one... And again, I learned firsthand in Ark. All it takes is one particularly determined individual who decides they don't like you, and they will find very creative ways to fuck with you. One of my favorites was... this was after Carl had set all of the settings to the maximum possible offline raid protection, all that nonsense. They ended up creating like a chain of 20 or so rafts all in the same area to spell out a message, and the sheer number of rafts running in the same area ended up causing the server to lag significantly. I don't know if they ever actually made it crash, but the point stands. It's very creative ways to fuck with people. And no matter how much time again, if we're talking about Zomboid, boy howdy can I think of a billion ways to fuck with people. I think right now the reason fire doesn't spread very much is because that's a common thing people do to each other in multiplayer. They were setting fires to everything, and the fire would spread and set other players' bases on fire, and they'd come back and just find nothing but charred remains where their base was. That's been disabled for now, but what's the next tactic going to be? The internet will find a way. If you give them the inch, they'll take 20 miles. So we are going to need to do another trip. I think I still have enough time of day. I'm going to go try to recover that sheep that I was talking about. Let me just drop off the rest of this stuff here. Every time I think the rain is done, I'm like, oh, it's going to start back up momentarily, and it... Every time. I have been taking notes for a very long time on what would make the perfect survival crafting game. Based on just, you know, the tens of thousands of hours I've put in survival crafting games over the years. And I don't have an answer to multiplayer. I genuinely don't. All the time I've spent, all the things I've witnessed, there's no answer to it that I can think of. Other than, of course, what the Zomboid devs already advise us to do, and that is play on whitelisted servers, meaning only with people you know. I can imagine a few people might balk at the idea of, I mean, am I being serious when I say I'm going to go punch one of my friends in the face? No, no, I'm not. And am I ever going to actually even get mad at them if they fuck with me a little bit? Probably not. One of my friends, and I never even figured out exactly who. One of my friends changed the name of one of my Argentavis birds. They changed it to the name of somebody we used to work with. And I laughed really hard when I saw it, and then I kind of got mad. And I was like, you fucking snake in the grass. And I accused Mashik of it. I don't think it was actually Mashik. He was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I told him what happened. He was like, he didn't do it, but he fucking laughed at it. So I wouldn't fucking punch anybody in the face over that. But it's the principle of the thing, right? You need to... Video games like this, survival crafting games, constitute investments of time and effort. And if you're actually taking it seriously, like I generally tend to, somewhat seriously, I mean, you know, seriously enough to enjoy myself. When somebody comes along and fucks with all that, then that constitutes a waste of time. So if somebody comes up and, you know, burns one of my bases that I put 20 hours in, somebody just wasted 20 hours of my goddamn life, yeah. I'm going to want to be able to punch them in the face. Now, will I always punch? No, probably not. I mean, again, I'm way too agreeable of a person to probably ever do that. Probably. But again, the principle of the thing is where I stand on that. Staying ahead of dumb shit is probably the siren's call of my life right there. Trying to stay ahead of dumb shit. It's something I learned in the customer service industry. If you can see a confrontation from miles away, turn course a little bit. That's all you gotta do. This guy's got an ice axe stuck in him, and he's on one of my roads. Oh, that's not an axe. That's just a freaking sapling stuck in him. Trying to get a clean cut here. Perfect. Yeah, sure, I'll take that sapling. Why not? I believe you. I believe you. No, I believe you. The vetting process is pretty useful. Well, no, and again, Carl tried it. Carl tried it, and it didn't work because there are people who would pay money to fuck with him. You also got to understand it. And I've, somebody is an old friend who spent a lot of time on image boards. I understand how easily people can hide their power level. I have to do it at work every day. It's very easy to hide your power level these days. Did we pass the sheep already? I think we passed them already. Huh. Or were they just all the way down here at the end? It's not here. Problem is, all these places look the same. As long as I actually find the sheep, I can take all of them at this point. Sheep, you can fit several sheep into a trailer. It must have been on the other side of this then. If I'm misremembering, then that's gonna suck. I know I saw sheep on a road, one of the bypass roads. If it wasn't this one. Can you open the checkpoint fence with welding? Actually, I think you can. Don't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure. I used a sledgehammer when I did it. But I do think you actually can use welding. And I think that's recent. Now, okay, there's two types of checkpoint fences. There's the steel kind that's only chrome, and then there's the green kind, the kind that has a little bit of green tint to it. The green kind cannot be welded apart, sledgehammer only. I know that because I tried recently. But I think the chrome kind, yes. I want to say, and there's, we can actually see on B42map.com here. Always shout it out. The checkpoint over here. Yeah, okay. So you see how these fences are only made out of chrome. There are different fences that are made out of, like, some greenish material. I don't see any examples of those in this area. I think welding can get you through. I want to say I'm about 80% sure of that. I'm going to put my surety at 80%. Here it is. This is an example of the green. So you can see how this is kind of like a painted green metal. These cannot be disassembled with welding. I know that for a fact. But yeah. In fact, no, now that I think about it, on Nora, I think I remember using a mixture of welding and sledgehammering. So yeah, I've tried it as recently as Nora. So unless they change something with 42.16. I feel like an absolute doofus. I could have swore the sheep that I was thinking of were just right on the side of the road, of this road here. But I was clearly mistaken. Okay, well, we're already late for bed, so we're going to bed then. I feel like I've got to go back in time and check my own stream now and see where those damn sheep were. So I can't really afford to waste too much time like that. That's not a good expenditure of time. I've got many other things on the agenda right now. This is not allowed. We will not be having zombies on my roads. Thank you very much. Thank you very much and good night. Alright, as a overnight task, I'm gonna hang out here for a second. I need to go back in time for a moment. Here's my monitoring window so I can make sure that my stream is still going from the open internet. I need to go back in time and see where those damn sheep were. Is this it right here? That's when I was getting bones from the cow. I'll send us back in time. It was relatively early on here, because we had just built the pen. Was it yesterday? It might have been yesterday. No. It's not here yet. Yeah, it's not here yet. Here we are. I'm coming back with the sheep now. It's on my lap in this segment. So this is about 3 hours ago. So still on my lap. Okay, that's where I got it from. So where am I? Where am I right there? I'll be able to tell when I get to the next intersection. That's the cornfield. Well, the dead cornfield, one of many. Again, lots of those in this area. Can't fast forward if it's a live stream replay. Come on, next intersection, coming right up. Oh, Jamietown. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I know where we're going now. All right, fair enough. It was a little farther back. Okay. So, I know where we're going then. Let's just carve up the sapling we brought home. Mostly for the memes. That sapling was stuck in somebody's chest, and now it's eight small handles. We will need to make breakfast tomorrow morning. That's probably something I should have done overnight while we were going back in time there. We got fog. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. It sucks, but I'll deal with it. Oh, I detach. Of course I detach. This is an example of a time where I would really love to have the race car. But we haven't brought one down here yet. So on our way down, it's okay to, we can pass through the town center as long as we don't take any hits. If it looks like I can't get through a place without taking a hit, I'm probably gonna turn around. As long as we don't have an animal in the trailer to get stressed, then we're gonna be okay. Doing a bit of a maneuver there, leading them into the forest and around the buildings and whatnot. Might get me a clean route through, but I would still never take it if I had a animal with me. Are they still fresh? They might still be fresh. They're stale. But if I freeze them, then I can hold on to them until my, whatchamacallit, until I'm capable of butchering again. Damn it. I can't see where the last one is. I remember there being a fourth. There it is. Try not to imagine the smell. Stale dead rabbits. There's probably a pretty bad smell. Alright, so the Jametown turn is just right down here. Now, we could also find a billion chickens, probably, as we go down the road to Jametown. But at this stage of the game, it's probably... There's OVO farms are down there. OVO farms is probably going to be looted and trashed, which would mean... What I really mean by a bunch of chickens is a field of dead chickens, is probably what we might find down there. Oh, that's the cornfield right there. Okay. That means... that means memes. We might have just passed it. I should be able to see... Yeah, here we are. I was just about to say I should be able to see eaten tiles. Dying of thirst. Let's fix that, shall we? So it is sickly, but as long as it doesn't continue dying of thirst, it'll be fine. Their health does recover over time. And yes, I did just give it my own water to drink. They actually don't require that much water. So this thing's probably dying of thirst as well. Well fed, not thirsty. I don't understand it. How does that happen? One of them is dying of thirst, the other one is well fed, not thirsty. It's just all over the place. So there's still one more ewe all the way over there. Okay. The Suffolks do produce some decent wool, but I think they're mostly for their meat too. I'm not sure actually. This one dying of thirst. No longer dying of thirst. So we've got 3 sheep in there, and we could probably fit a 4th. That's great. I think we just entered sheep mating season 2. So we'll get them up there next to the ram, and he'll do his business eventually. Oh dear. There are zombies in that direction. That's okay. This is not... that's an empty field there. No other nearby zones. Okay. This particular road, not until this T intersection. At this T intersection, anything beyond this needs to be clear, at least to the next turn. Once the next turn is, the next turn basically takes us around Phallus Lake. If anybody watching now did not catch it earlier, the road through Phallus Lake still loaded with zombies, but there is a way to go around them all, and it is the next left here. The next left with an asphalt road is just a road that goes around town, wide all the way around. I would get out and kill that Zed right now, but since I have animals, the best thing is to just keep going. 1 or 2 Zeds, honestly, aren't a problem. It's really just I want to be able to not have to stop or swerve or go around anything, or absolute minimum exposure to between animal and Zed, because they stress so easily next to Zeds. It's kind of ridiculous. This is what I get. Oh, I'm sure they'll never wander their way down to the road, and then they do. There needs to be a physical barrier to prevent them from getting to the road, otherwise they'll wander to it. At least once I get rid of them, they'll be gone forever. That is a very encouraging thought. I don't know if I ever would have attempted a migration this far on my previous characters. If respawns were a factor, I would just have stuck with the Riverside Ranch and never gone anywhere else. We would be in Riverside right now. I'd be dealing with the animals I found there, and only the animals I found there. Every other animal on the map would be persona non grata, because I would not be able to keep them unstressed. I do have a thought on the topic of survival crafting multiplayer. So I know I've articulated that I would never host my own situation like that. If somebody else hosted it and I was invited, I can't rule it out entirely. The only thing is I probably wouldn't be spending too much time there. But if there was like some kind of event or something like that, a public event, maybe. I don't know. It would depend on who hosted it and what the rules were and whatnot. So I know sometimes other people will do events like I remember those videos about I did this with 100 players in Project Zomboid. Those were pretty popular. So I know those are definitely going to be more of those in the future. I don't know if I'd ever actually want to participate in one of those, but I've never tried, so can't rule it out entirely. And F1 still needs pets, I think. F1 is no longer stressed. Beautiful. We have unstressed birds here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and butcher these two rabbits because I can't fit them in the freezer. The other two I'm going to save for when I get the next book of Butchery Red. There's basically no meat left anyway. I only really did that for the butchery. Eggs and rabbit meat. Sounds like a breakfast of some kind. go ahead and toss this stuff that I'm trying to thaw in there along with that. We're now getting jar duplication glitches by using up a jar, but then having leftovers because of the stupid cooking thing. I find that to be pretty funny. So we got ourselves a 90 roast there, super chunky, and then this stir fry is going to come out to be pretty alright. Now we have stopped adding any sort of fattening additives to these things, because there is no longer a need. We are 84 kilo and still in regular weight gain. So we never at any point actually got to rapid weight gain, and that's perfectly fine because we are still at the weight ceiling. Alright, now that we have a fair few animals up here, and we're about to go get more, we're gonna have a burning need to feed. And that's what we got this scythe for. So I'm gonna scythe a bunch of grass, put it directly into the trunk of the step van, and then bring it on over here, and we're gonna load it up. I'm going to start scything in my own front yard so that any extraneous grass can get removed quickly and evenly. It's kind of like mowing the lawn. This is also going to cook off a ton of calories. Now this grass will grow back, but what won't grow back is the ugly, uneven grass. So once we pick up all the rocks and whatnot, we'll have actually a very clean-looking front lawn. Now, the wilderness overgrowth system is going to kick in completely randomly, and it's going to continue to do so for probably a very long time now. And that's definitely a thing. I don't know how I feel about that. The fact that it takes this long, that actually might end up being an annoyance later on. Because at some point you just want to get it over with. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are mowing the lawn, as it were. We're just about done. And that is just enough grass to fill up an entire step van. Now what do we do with all that? Animals, lots of them. These troughs can actually fit 91 food in each of them. So these things can be stacked to such an extent that we'll never need to think about feeding the animals again. All we had to do was mow the lawn once. Now, I do fear, and this actually terrifies me, that in the future this is going to get nerfed, and we are going to have to dry the grass into hay before we can feed it to the animals. Or else maybe the grass cuttings will go stale, and then the animals won't want them. Just a fear. I have no actionable solid intel on that. Seeing as we're fatigued, it's probably best to not go back out yet. There are a few zombies on the route that we're going to have to kill before we... Shotgun meta brought half the checkpoint to the factory. Ah! That's really funny. That's terrible, but kind of funny. The funny thing about that is that could happen, if it could happen at high pop, it could probably happen at a regular pop too. Which means none of us are safe. As the ruling traffic authority of the area, I have decreed that that no longer requires a stop sign. But my base, in fact, does. I need to think about crops, and I have been. Don't know if I have surpassed the thinking stage yet. I think I'm still thinking. I know I'll think of something. I'm thinking about things like proximity to the water, and I'm thinking about things like proximity to zombies that might randomly walk past. But I think that might be the next time-sensitive thing, because it is now September 19th. Tomorrow will be September 20th. And we're gonna get past the point where I have learned for a fact that no amount of fertilizing crops will bring an entire month off of their growth phase. And what that means is, If we wait till the end of the month to plant, we're waiting too long. I'm gonna go get the rope. And the Plonky Mobile here is going to be designated a logging vehicle. Am I ready? I think I have the next butchering book. I better, at least. No. Fuck. I should have. That's a skill issue. That's a serious skill issue. Speaking of a skill issue, I don't know what happened to blacksmithing. I was reading it. And now I don't know what happened to it, and that's not good at all. I may have put it back into the library on accident, in which case the library is all the way back at Ekron. The reason I'm looking for a book right now is because I need to be able to sit down and read something while I'm cutting trees. Especially if I'm already fatigued. You can cut trees while you're fatigued, but it's going to take longer for your stamina to regenerate. I'm at a loss of where I would have put it. We may be witnessing a downside of one of the side effects of having marked it unwanted. Having marked it unwanted might have meant that I put it in a container somewhere, and God knows where. And then when I tried to take it back out, because I wanted to take everything out of the container, it might have just left it in there, because if you hit transfer all, it will ignore things that are set as unwanted. So marking things as unwanted just to use that as a way to tell what books you have, that definitely has one downside to it now. Okay. Well, wherever it ended up, it's not here. There's only that many places it could have been in. So we checked everywhere on the vehicular device. The other vehicular device right here. Seriously, that could have made its way in here. No. Okay, well, wood cutting time either way. All the stuff I have available, I don't think there's anything that I can actually read immediately. But we only got 3 logs for that. Curses. We sit down when we have the opportunity because then we can regain stamina more easily. The fact that I can cut trees this easily despite being fatigued stage 2 is pretty great. That's fitness strength 10 and fire officer for you right there. We are level 6.5, 6 3/4 with axe. So we're about to reach a frontier I've never hit before. On anime I managed to get to level 6 with axe, but I have never made it to level 7 before. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of logs. If carrying by hand, one can carry as many as 9, but I only have the sheet rope for one more. We don't have much time left anyway before we have to hit the sack. That was a 3-log tree, so I'm going to go find a 4-log somewhere. I'm sure there's another one. Yeah, there's one. $17 was the magic number that you can fit in the trunk of a step van. Alrighty. There's some rain. Mini forest back there. Log trees again. Oh, we're out of rope. Okay, that's all right. these 9 logs I'll bring upstairs and use it to finish the railing upstairs. Second bedtime is go. Alrighty. Oh, what do I do with the nails? What was the last time I died in this? Barb the Builder. So if you go into my playlists and look for Zomboid B42 Longplay 8.1, 42.8.1, that was Barb the Builder, and it was a combat death because we had we made a miscalculation. We started vibing a little bit as we were clearing Muldra. Yeah. It was it's worth looking at some point. I was gonna do a post-mortem on what happened, everything. The long and short of it was I was just vibing a little bit too much, and a checkmate scenario hit me. I can actually talk about that momentarily here after I get this put together. And I stop having to spend brain power on that. Give my brain a break on building. Doing a lot of building this stream, like a lot. I didn't bring any nails back with me. That's okay. There is the tool shop right next door. So these 23 nails are the last loose nails I have. Good to know. And there's me out of nails. I have 1 nail left. I'm going to use it on this last floor, so I at least have an even number of planks left. Actually bothers me when I have an odd number. So, this is always something worth talking about. We're going to take a look at the last time I lost a character. Watch the soul drain from my face. Playlists. 42 It was not 42.9. Did I make a playlist out of it? Oh no. Separate page, right. Multiple pages. 42.8 Longplay. Yeah, it's complete, all right. This was Barb the Builder. And this was a long time ago. This is May 2025. Yeah. Look at that. So I was in a pretty decent state. I was further along than our current character. January of 1994. It was midwinter. We were in Muldrow. And the problem is we started vibing. We were listening to 3C2. Lovely little track. Very apocalyptic track. And the problem is, I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but they're coming at us from every angle here. They're coming at us from every angle here. Alright, we're getting it from all angles now. I should be running the fuck away. I only have short blunt right now. But I just, confidence. It's a slow and insidious killer. I go for the execute, and I fail. And then, okay, so, that guy who went over right there, we nailed him. This next guy right here with the green shirt, we take a swing, and we miss. Meanwhile, we're getting charged from two different angles. This is what we like to call the checkmate. And all he does is bump my back, but then the one that we didn't even see coming out of the tree there. And that's it. That's it. 3 zombies right in front of us. 3 different angles. There is no escape from that. R.I.P. Barb the Builder. We couldn't keep her safe because we just kept vibing and moving forward. And because of that, 104-hour character down the drain. No good. I was thinking about, someday I'm going to do a post-mortem video where I just, fully go over all the things that went wrong before that, right? Because getting in that situation in the first place, that was the biggest mistake I made there. The second biggest mistake, fighting too close to the fence, fighting too close to a tree. Those 2 factors right there, those are things I try not to do anywhere near as much nowadays. But yep. And it was, at the end of the day, it was a little swipe of the foot from a whatchamacallit, from a crawler that ended up being the nail in the coffin. Yeah, it's again, if you ever feel like it can't happen to you, just you're not being creative enough. It can always happen to you. Another thing is, I don't think the fear was in me right there. I don't think the fear was in me. It's kind of hard to put myself in that headspace, because the fear was definitely in me when I saw that zombie come out of the tree there, and, well, not even come out of the tree before then. It was when I missed that hit. The moment I realized I missed that hit, I think at that point I realized it was over. It didn't stop me from trying. I was going to keep trying. A separate video on my channel shows the closest I've come to death since then, and that was on our previous character, Nora the Explora. The title of the video is When You Can't Tell If It's Over, because we took a simple scratch, but the same kind of situation applied. Despite how I've grown to be more careful over the years, we did end up getting a little confident, and we didn't fully check our area before we fired up a generator and went to a gas station. I was going to go take some nails from the tool store. And I need to do that because our current priority is to get crops planted. That is our current priority. Cows can wait. As much as I love them, and as great as they are, they can wait. There's some nails. More nails. I'm also picking up things that might be relevant in the next couple of months for crafting purposes. Those technically qualify, but actually, let's garbage bag those handles. Now, we recently had Zeds in this area, so I cannot consider the storeroom secure. There is a busted door in there, which means there could be Zed. What I'm going to do is drop this bag outside and then run around and check the exterior. This is one of the only places on the game that has store shelves in the bathroom. So look at that, there's a tarp. And I guess these are janitor shelves, maybe. Yeah, these are janitors. The loot is similar. I should have come down here to take a look and see if there was any book that I could grab. I already have copies of those three, but well, they're one. I don't really care if it's a dupe. It's something I could read right now. Alright, I'm gonna get this one's attention. I don't want to pull anybody from the other side of the fence, though, so I'm gonna lead her a nice distance from the fence before we nail her. And there's also the cop on the other side of the road there. I think these guys are just wanderers. What's up, buddy? Quiet one, aren't you? It's always the quiet ones. make another stack of rope? Not quite. Okay, so we have a lot of rope, but not quite another stack. That's fine. I'm just going to drop it on the ground out here. I have just had a thought. I'm going to put laundry infrastructure on this outcropping here. So washing machine probably is going to go on this back wall here. And that's relevant because rain is falling. And we have a tarp, so I can put up another barrel, rain barrel. These circular saw blades can make some pretty interesting mid-game axes. They do not have sharpness. They make for terrible wood cutting, but they make for fantastic zombie cutting. Alright, so opening another box of nails, and then we are going to saw a few logs. Not all of them, because there's a lot out here. If we sawed them all, that would be the entire day. And technically we are on a timer if I went to make use of this rain while it's still falling. I'm going to do 2 stacks, that's going to be 8 logs. That's going to be 4 rain barrels. Which mod to have a lot of weapons? Not sure what you mean. There's no mods running right now. We don't do any mods here. The only mod that we have is a simple texture replacement for the backpack. Changes it from whatchamacallit, green to black. Yeah, VFE is great. I played that back in B41 a long time ago, and assuming it's still good. What did I do with those garbage bags? There were some loose ones, not just these ones here. I may have actually used most of them. I vividly remember putting a few away. Here we go. So we can now make 8. Or sorry, we can make 2 garbage bag barrels and 1 tarp barrel. So if we put the washing machine in the corner here. That looks good to me. Doesn't need to go, we don't need too many, to be honest. I use the remaining planks on the rest of these fences here. Spare backpacks can back into my bag there. Rest of that roast. Now we've got another stir fry to eat. I'm going to go ahead and take ingredients out of the freezer for our next chompity chomps. Let's do 2 helpings rabbit meats, and I do want to keep using up this stuff that's not going to last long, but is going to last. Going to do some rabbit and ramen. Maybe in a soup or something. Alad trash bags instead. It's like glad spelled backwards. That's funny. Legally distinct glad. All right. Let's do some measurements. Seeds come in packets of 5, and I like to do my crops in rows of 10. So, let's just say I wanted to do a row of 10 right here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, do that. And we have 3 tiles here. Actually, there's no need to keep this gravel here. We're going to do it like that. Well, I'll take it and then put it back so that we get the corner right. For that, we'll need a couple of sacks. This is more of an aesthetic thing, not really a essential thing. Basically, the little bit of grass that's at the edge of the tile there, it won't go away unless we pick the gravel up and put it back down again. Okay, I may have put that forward just a little bit too much. Well, actually, no. There's nothing stopping me from just eating into the road. This is my road. I can do whatever I want with it. So yeah, I'm just going to eat one tile into the road. It wouldn't have been my first choice, but there's a couple of unforeseen consequences to this overhang up here. 2 tiles out from the front of the building, there is blockage from rainfall, and we need the crops to not have any blockage of rainfall whatsoever. You don't even want your crops to be within 1 tile of any sort of wall. So basically, if there's any sort of wall, you want there to be 1 tile between that and your crops at a minimum. So we can actually dig furrows now to mark exactly where the crops are going to be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then there's that 1 buffer zone before we're going to put the outer wall. Now where we start running into problems is the wilderness overgrowth system will have random stupid things spawn in between the rows, unless we do something about that. And there's multiple ways of going about that. My preferred way of dealing with that is to just put dirt everywhere. So like take dirt and dump it over the grass. That turns it from a tile that the game has there to a tile that you've put down yourself. Any tile that you put down yourself will not be subject to wilderness overgrowth. So we, and that applies to dirt as well. So very simple dirt placement. So what I'm going to do is actually take dirt from the lot down here and just kind of turn this into a dirt lot. Am I? Hang on. You know, if I have to choose where to take dirt from, I'm going to do it up here where the dirt is uneven anyway. I really hate the uneven dirt up here, so I'm just going to take it from up here instead. Because this is never going to grow back, this grass right here. Never going to grow evenly, so it's always going to look real ugly up here. So I'm just going to change it from sparse grass and dirt to all dirt. These are all the sacks I have available to me right now, so we don't have enough to, like, you know, pull up an entire field. We have a fair bit, and we'll have more someday, but this is what we've got for now. Now, the best part about this is once you put the dirt down, if you pick it back up, that tile is still yours. So the simple act of picking up dirt is actually not enough to save a tile from the wilderness overgrowth. As much as I dislike that. If you want to get around the wilderness overgrowth, you've got to place a tile and then pick it up, or just place a tile and leave it. So if you see me placing dirt and then picking it back up, that'll be why. We are now wet to stage 2, so we need to take a break. Otherwise, we could actually get sick. Not even kidding. Should have some bath shells somewhere. I don't know what I did with them particularly. I have some in one of my vans. There's one. Oops. While she dries off, I'm actually going to step away briefly IRL. So I'm going to have her read a little bit of welding. And I will be right back. And when I'm back, I'll see if I can get those crops planted while it's still raining. If possible. I have no guarantees on that. Alright, be right back, folks. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So something I realized after I stood up, I've got laundry to do. That's going to be fun. I'm the kind of guy who has about 200,000 shirts and 200,000 pairs of pajama pants, 200 pairs of almost everything else, so I don't have to do laundry very often. But I don't have that many work shirts. And now I have to actually go work on site for a couple days a week, starting tomorrow. So I actually have to do laundry on a weekly basis now. Truly a cursed reality. I prefer doing things in bulk, wherever humanly possible. But not the worst thing in the world. Just something I gotta be aware of. That means I'm probably going to... I mean, there's also some shopping I've been putting off, so... I definitely can't be doing, like, another 11-hour stream today. The TLDR of that is we're probably going to have to call it in about 2 hours tops. Yeah, so I think a couple days, that should give us plenty of time to at least get started with our crop planting here. So something that is just an easy 100%, let's go ahead and plant it without even thinking about it, is kale. I'm sorry, kale. We're not in the growing season for kale. Flax. There it is. We've got a lot of seed packets of flax, which is great. 5 seeds to a packet, so we're opening 2 packets. Just going to go on out there and plant 10 flax seeds right now. The rain will water it for us. And we've got enough dirt down that I can plant another row. So I'm going to plant 2 rows, actually. Because flax is great. 2 rows of flax, we'll make perfect use of that. Flax will get us... it'll get us cloth, and it will get us seeds, both of which are very useful things. So we're going to do 20. That's 2 rows of 10. Now, this is going to actually incur quite a bit of muscle strain, as it tends to do. Even though planting is a relatively quick activity, we are agriculture level 2, as opposed to anything higher. Now, I don't know how much more rain is ahead of us here, so as a precaution, in case the rain just stops overnight, I'm going to dump a little bit of these buckets. We're just going to water them to like half. And you know what? I'm going to move the floodlights away a little bit because we're going to be doing work throughout the night in this area until the job is done. So we're going to need light. So I'm going to hit water to 50, which is half full, and I'm going to trust that the rain can do the other half. And if it can't, then at least the crop won't die overnight. I don't think it would ever die overnight, but I do know you don't want to keep it like at 0 out of 100 water for too long. So if the rain were to like shut off as soon as we go to sleep, then this is insurance against that. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sleep now, keep my sleep schedule on track. curious. Let's see what the levels are at. Okay, the water level is very slowly going up. So I think watering it to 50 is pretty good. Luthex, that's something we haven't found yet here. We got really lucky on Annie, and we found a Luthex like in the first couple of days. But definitely not on Nora or Dani yet. Now I'm going to grow barley and rye. I'm going to grow both, but I don't think you can do anything with them. I'm going to grow them just to see if there is anything you can do with them. But I don't expect to get too much out of them. I think barley you might be able to do something with. I don't even remember. Oh, no. Barley and rye we were both able to successfully grow. So yeah, we can do that. I mean, it's the principle of the thing, right? There's a reason I'm wearing metallic dress style watches instead of regular watches. I'd be wearing a Luthex if I had one because it's pretty and I like it. And to be honest, these luxury watches are usually like they're designed to be what's the word? Craftsmanship flexes, right? The people who design those, like Rolexes and whatever in real life, those are kind of like, they exist to show off the skill of the people who designed them. And because of that, they're probably going to last a little bit longer than your standard run-of-the-mill watch. And of course, if they break, well, there's an entire profession to fix them, but that profession is now gone, so maybe not quite as relevant. We're looking for a seed packet of barley. Here we go. And rye. Wheat, I'm going to grow one full row of, so I'll open 2 of those. And then hops is one of those things that I'm not sure of either. Okay, you can turn barley or rye or wheat into flour. So we're going to the crafting menu and we're checking the box to show all recipes, so it shows things from crafting menus like the grindstone and whatnot. So barley, wheat, and rye basically are all used for grinding the seeds up into flour. And of course, when you grind the seeds up into flour, you can do all kinds of things with them. All of them have the same quantities. Okay. The one other crop that we could grow this time of year, that we probably will not be able to grow this time of year, is hemp. I would really like to try it. I have tried it on previous characters. It has always died for no reason. So I don't suspect that even if we had some, that we would be able to grow it. The one place we actually might be able to find some with some semblance of reliability is we might be able to find some if we go down to the police department here. Not 100% sure of that. But I think hops are still completely useless. I'm going to go to the crafting menu, I'm going to type hops, and I'm going to check show all recipes. Oh, sorry, hops. There we go. So we can dry hops, and that's cool. We can dry hops, but what the fuck do we do with them? There is not a single thing in any of the crafting menus anywhere that actually has us do anything with it. So hops, just like sugar beets, is probably something that is a placeholder for a future alcohol production sort of thing. I know in real life you use hops somewhere in the production pipeline for making beer. I'm not a beer guy, so I don't really know much about it, but I think that's what you're supposed to do with it. So there still seems to be no use for it, so I'm not going to even try to grow it. Basically, when we fight our way to town center, I'm gonna hit the police department, and we're gonna see if there is any hemp in the evidence locker, right? Because hemp seeds are supposedly not very kosher in real life. Supposedly. I wouldn't know anything about that. Perfectly. 200% legal. We actually only have like 2 heads of dirt left. Beautiful. Usually doesn't work out that well. Alright, this is one case where staying up late is perfectly warranted. Alright, so same thing we did before. We are going to water it halfway with the buckets because, I mean, even if the rain doesn't stop, it's slowed down significantly, so we don't want it to be lingering too long in the parched territory. Alright, so zombies can walk over your crops. Public service announcement if anybody didn't know. That is one of the reasons that I'm planning for building walls around them. I just haven't done that yet because getting them in the ground in the correct season is the most important thing immediately. Then we can build the walls around them, and then we can resume working on the animals. While we still have water, I'm going to go ahead and make use of it. Going to dump some water into my rain barrels. So there's 38 liters in there now. Now there should be 60. Can't tell if the window is appearing behind my head or if it's just not showing up at all. 68.96. And that should be what the sync says. Yes, because it is pulling from that side first. Like I said, counterclockwise, after the one in the center is not available. And the stuff we planted last night is now officially well watered, so it is good to go for now. So the totality of our bags that we filled up gave us I didn't quite keep track of it. See if we have any leavings over here. One of the slight downsides to putting your chickens outside like this is you got a lot of space to look around for eggs. It is easier when they just plop them down in a smaller area. And of course, our Ginfidel is not... Oh! Holy crap, she is producing milk. Beautiful. I did not realize. Ginfidels are not... they don't produce as much milk. But she just made 2 liters for us, which is great. The ones who make a lot of milk are the Holstein cows. And this is what you do when you have a lot of milk to work with. Put it in fountain cups and drink milk from the fountain cup every time the hunger moodle appears. This is mostly relevant to people who take hearty appetite. If you take hearty appetite, a fountain cup full of cow's milk will completely erase your hunger to the correct amount. And we now have 8 cups of fountain's milk. 8 fountain cups of cow's milk. So that's 15 times 8 hunger. That is 60. That's 15 times 8. I'm not good at mental math right now. 5 and 4, or no, 5 and 3. Whatever. I know that 5 is the ratio. 5 cups of cow's milk that will shut up the hunger for a full day. So just by carrying around 8 fountain cups of cow's milk, that is more than a full day of hunger reduction. So I'm thinking a lot less about cooking now, thanks to just having a single cow out there. It's great. I'm weighing my options on the next commute. If I take the Plonky Mobile, then I can probably reduce the number of trips we have to do by a small amount. Because the Plonky-mobile has a perfect 208 trunk. Meanwhile, the two step vans back there... There's three step... There's two step vans with an imperfect trunk, and then one with... one is a regular white van. And the white van I don't have to bring with me. It's literally just spare guns. Spare guns that we already have literal dozens of duplicates of. So I don't think I need to worry too much about... Yeah, I don't think I need to worry much about that at all. Alright, we've removed all the logs from the trunk. We can make further use of those later on. Gonna top up the gas before we go. And I'm glad I caught this. These guys up here, they would eventually migrate in my direction someday. So we kill them now, long before that becomes a problem. Oh, you know what? We can fix the music. We just gotta aggro all three of them. There's the music again. Thanks, combat music. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start clearing some of the Zeds from this road. Am I? Hang on. So we've got the 9mm, but that's going to bring down... Guns are going to bring down too much hate right now. Guns are going to bring down a little too much hate. Yes, I have tested it, by the way. If you drive over your own crops, you will kill them. Public service announcement, don't drive over your own crops. I did that intentionally as a way to test. It was after I had a couple of crops that I knew were not going to make it. I ran over a couple of them just to see if it would work. Otherwise, I would have removed them anyway. So I'm killing zombies in this direction because I want to hit... Honestly, farming and roll supply is almost accessible. We just want to do a perimeter check. Farming and roll supply will have some ammo. And ammo will get me an easier time of killing the rest of the zombies in town. And if we clear our way to the police department, there might be some hemp in there. It's a complete shot in the dark. Other chances for hemp is to look out for hippie zombies. There are hippie zombies. Usually they'll be ones with backpacks. So you're often looking out for, if you look out for backpacks, then you're already doing half of the work. So this ice axe does not have any condition, or it does not have a sharpness stat. When it breaks, it breaks. I've never used one of these before. So already some fertilizer here. Not that there's much left of it. Hello there. Hello. Trying to spook me. There's no spooking me. I'm unspookable. No spooks. Treat these trees as if they're hard corners. They might as well be. Alright, so the ammo that I was talking about is in the, on the other side of this gate here. Coffee machine, I'm bringing that back to base. Foraging book that I didn't already have. Fantastic. I actually think I was ready to read 3. About half a dozen bags of fertilizer so far. Something in that realm. It's a black bandana, and I think this is a red one. Yeah, they're both the preset colored ones. That's fine. Your bandana will make a fine addition to my collection. My wood saw probably could use replacement. The one I'm carrying around is... yeah, it's like 2/3-ish. And I don't know if there is an objective difference, or if, like, maybe it starts slowing down if it falls below a certain point, but, I just like staying ahead of it, just in case. Can't make them myself. Feel like it's probably highly unlikely that we'd find hemp seeds here. I just felt like I should do my due diligence. It'd be kind of cool if there was some, like, behind the counter or something. Here's some mouth breathing, most likely out back. Agriculture 4. There's another book we didn't have. Hell yeah. Forging 5. Fuck yeah. Okay, that's, I'm definitely sure that is now a full complement of forging books. I'm gonna check around back, see if there is a Zed back there. So if not, then it's indoors. I don't see anybody back here, so it's probably indoors. Bathroom zombie, most like. Never trust people who lurk in the bathroom too long. I can't rule out the upper floor, but if it was going to be the upper floor, it probably would have come down by now. Yeah, it's almost certainly right here. Yeah, what's up? That's right. Right here. Anybody else in there? Just you? Typical. So I've got to go get my sledgehammer from the base because I don't actually have the sledgehammer in my field vehicle here. Damn it. Every once in a while, the Stars and Stripes just doesn't want to show up right. Just a couple of these I haven't read yet. We know the growing seasons for every seed packet we have now, as it should be. Seems weird that we can fit all this on a single shelf. It only just passed halfway full. These shelves are rather large, but I'm not going to complain. And here's something I should have fixed a long time ago. Now we can replace my coffee that is missing. I'm going to put a single container of coffee, separate from the others, in this large form food bin right here, so that it pulls from that one only, because I don't like messing up the other ones. I want a full bullet of coffee or not a full bullet. I don't do in-betweens. No half measures, Walter. I'm going to take a spare 2 liter and we're going to milk the cow before we proceed. Let's just see how much we can get out of her. I'll do two liters. Produced more than 4 liters that time. So Ginfidels are definitely not as bad as Angus. Angus cows are almost useless for their water production, or milk production rather. Like they're so useless that I sometimes wonder if they're even capable of feeding their own calves. Apparently this one is stressed. That shouldn't happen. Suffolk F1 gets pets. Suffolk F2 is good. Everybody should have names, you know? Usually I don't want to put an animal in one of my pens unless it has a name. I usually do, for Ginfidels, I usually do, let's see here. Yeah, we're going to call her Hershey. I'm gonna name the female Ginfidels after chocolate manufacturers. Alright, I'm going to fight until I'm tired, and then I'm probably going to commute for the next, I'm going to commute to Ekron for a shipment. So, I'm going to fight zombies down the main street until I'm tired. I almost forgot the sledgehammer again. This time I want it for the... I really should just have the sledgehammer in my main vehicle all the time, every time. I really should just get in that habit. Speaking of habits, I don't know if I have a rope. We don't have to, like, full clear this place. Mostly just want to see if they have any, anything I can start using sooner rather than later. Believe it or not, it doesn't look like they have, like, any 9mm. There's, like, a couple of boxes of 9mm tops. Okay, so be it. An SN38. They do. So I'm feeling a little bit of 38 special then. Okay, we can shoot now. That was what I was hoping to find. Just something like maybe some 9mm magazines and or loose boxes, but we didn't find that. SN38 is a close second. It is the ankle holster weapon, the only concealed carry weapon in the game. It's also technically the quietest gun. Not that guns are ever quiet, but if there was a contest, SN38 would win. I'm going to back up a little bit and be ready to peel out if we have to. This could get a little hairy. I don't understand exactly where the distribution of all the Zeds in the area are beyond a certain point, so I'm going to face the van in like this direction so we can go in either direction as needed. And we're going to melee until we're tired, and then when we're tired, I'll see how that gun performs. I don't have very high expectations, but I have not tried the SN38 at low levels yet. What's up, homie? The medical practice here had one of its windows curtained. That's always sus every time I see that. Get a little sussed out every time I see that. Just a little. The closed window was up here. Guess nothing meant by it. Why don't you have a rubber hose in the lobby? Interesting. Very interesting. Now this is really sus. If I open the door and there's a zombie standing on this tile right here, I wouldn't be able to see it. So my character did not panic. And I went ahead and screened with a push anyway. Because, yeah. Nothing like a good old unknown to get your blood flowing. There's the fatigue, so we're not doing much more melee now. The blue curtain isn't the worst decoration in the world. It's situational. Certain places it's great to use. Nacho cheese is still not rotten? Okay, cool. Well, it's mine now, because it's nacho cheese. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. You'll have to forgive me. Alright, let's see how this SN performs. It's a short-range weapon, very short range. I usually just, even at high-level aim, I usually try to wait for point blank. Maybe I should try loading the fucking thing. Anyway. Being a concealed carry, it's only 5 in the cylinder. That's a lot of zombies. I had a feeling. As far as firearms go, I'm not noticing that big of a difference between this and high-level aim. It's still pretty weak regardless of your level. That's a backup weapon, really. Hearing more from the north there. I'm now going to lead them in this direction. Part of my strategy is to see if I can clear this road, and clearing them by dumping them out of the road is almost as valid. Back south, looking okay for now. One on my 6, falling back. 2 on my 6. Didn't hear the second one. This is what I was afraid of. I underestimated this direction. Okay. We're very close to being done with this encounter and going foot mobile. Just using the gun to keep their attention as we fall back. I remember seeing at least 1 or 2 in the forest there. These are all slow. Not bad. Okay, yeah, see? Those ones from the north. If I can pull the ones from the north out, then this is just as useful of an activity. Remember, if I can somehow clear the main town road, which is that's a big, tall order. I don't think I'm going to actually do that. But if I could, then that's a lot less real estate we have to commute every single time we go back and forth. Seems like a lot, but honestly, we handle it. Great. Anybody need a sharpen? Yeah, we need a sharpen. I'll go ahead and pull the truck up, I suppose. See, look at this. Because of how quiet of a weapon it is, relatively speaking, nobody up here got pulled. Oh, right. This is such a small town sheriff that, they don't even have a security door on their gun locker. They do have a duffel bag, though. That's cool. Total of 5 BP vests. 100 Zeds guarding the gas station. I'm sending positive mental vibes. Hopefully they arrive soon. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. So there is some evidence here. Look at that photograph of cash. Somebody got their civil asset forfeiture on. Alright, so the police department here was a bust. That's okay. I'm just going to spend the rest of the evening getting the loot from the gun store here and from the police department. Just going to consolidate them all together here. Part of me wanted to do the commute tonight, and I was kind of actually planning on it, but the rain plus the darkness, that's not the best idea to go commute. So we can do it after a day or two here. Grab non-ammo first. Maintaining bedtime. I'll go ahead and fall back now. Ran out of garbage bags. That shouldn't happen. I'll pop open another box. Excuse me, there will be no growling. Learned a bunch of sewing recipes from that. Oh, instant nightmare. Fantastic. Fantastique. So we can fit like 133 rounds of 38 special into our bandolier. That is the trade-off to it being such a lightweight cartridge. You can carry around a ton of it. Oh, one of my sheep is still stressed. I'm gonna go pet it because I'm stressed too. Mutual benefit. It was Suffolk F2. No longer stressed. Good. Try that sleeping thing again. Maybe the rain is finally done? I mean, this is September in Zomboid. It's not even just September, it's also just the rest of this time of year is just loaded with rain. Yeah, see, what I did is I used up almost all the loose garbage bags that I had, either for bagging things or for the rain barrels, so opening another box, as it were. I'm going to take like 8 of them with me, leave the rest behind for future barreling. Alright, let's see how Main Street looks now that I've led most people away. And or shot them. Still a few stragglers here, most likely. I don't need it immediately, but I kind of just want to grab that other sledgehammer since I know it's there. Sending that to somebody. Ooh, floodlights too. Okay, sure. Hello. Guy up here. Deal with guy. Right this way, guy. Leave this for pickup later. Aiming level 4. We can now read aiming 3. Aiming volume 3 is in my other van. I'm gonna go grab that right now. Wait, I thought aiming 3 was back here. Did I put it away? Oh man, something feels wrong. Something feels wrong about my book collection. I feel like I'm missing a few that I should not be missing. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take every book that's in the trunk of this van, and I'm going to unite them with the rest of my collection when we get to our destination, because that's where we're going anyway. Okay, there's no other books lurking around here. Okay, well, we have it if we need it. This is something I'll want to optimize, being able to drive just around my base. That'll take some gravel. Any base of my own design or existing POI that I turn into a base, any such thing should be able to be driven around. One of my basics tenets. I really hate that I can't make these axes myself because it almost matches my shirt. It almost matches my shirt. If I could make these ice pickaxes myself, I would absolutely do it. What's up, officer? Wouldn't happen to have a backup 9mm, would you? Aiming 2. That sounds like basic gun store loot right there. After the gun stores you've mentioned, I'm surprised that you haven't come across one yet. Ooh, green cabinets in this house. Good to know. I figure that high pop is usually going to come with a trade-off of that nature because of just the amount of time that high pop adds to the getting anything done. I think we're pretty close to a clean road in and out of False Lake. We're in there. Oh, there's a bunch down there, right. If I could just keep going back and forth. I'm sure they'll eventually find their way towards the road, but if I honestly, if I let them be. Yeah. Not something I'd wish on anyone. So I think tomorrow morning in-game I will have to call it, based on my RL obligations that are starting to encroach on my psyche here. I think we'll be able to get a commute done. We'll have a, I'll go ahead and take Athena next, the Holstein cow. And then after that I'll probably just take Adonis, the Holstein bull. To be honest, I think that's all I need. The remaining cows will be set for life where they're at anyway. So if I ever want them, yeah, we can go get them. I'm going to do myself a favor. Road marker. So this garbage bag is just sort of an indicator, regardless of which direction I'm going. We don't want to go over the garbage bag. That helps me know the right turn. Because these turns, they kind of meld together in my psyche. Even though I've now taken this road a couple of times recently, it's still not really entrenched. So 1 or 2 markers will probably do us a solid. Already over 8 hours. I usually try not to do more than 8 hours on a weekday, but you know, I'm a certified addict, so sometimes I just can't stop myself. They're lucky I don't need a butchery skill right now. Not a good place to spawn, Mr. Deer. Well, here's how I'm going to prosecute this. Whoa, that could have been an explosion. Two of the bastards. Fucking assholes, get over here. Need more of you over there. Right there next to the forest for no freaking reason. That was just sheer dumb luck that I didn't ram right into both of those. This road's supposed to be clear, but of course, we can't see shit in these trees. So there could be plenty more of them out there. Here's the thought. If I level welding up here, then I don't have to bring all the materials back with me. And that's possibly an entire less commute. How would I do that? There are ways of going about it. And when I say level welding, I really just kind of mean... What do I mean? Because the problem is I have all the books. I could level welding pretty far. Alright, I did not put blacksmithing back, so the blacksmithing book is out there somewhere. Let's pack some sets. We can now do a set of agriculture books. And then we can do a set of trapping books. Hell, we can do a set of cooking books. Oh, that was the unpack button. Fuck. God damn it. I was wondering why I was seeing repeats. Yeah, this is much easier than selecting them manually. Let's just take the ones that I need to pack and step away from the other books, and then suddenly the crafting recipe doesn't have any other options to choose. Yeah, I've made a terrible mistake at some point, and I don't know what happened, but blacksmithing 1 and aiming 3 are somewhere, and I don't know where. And that's not good. And I have nothing to blame but, well, myself, but also the, this system of, books being, set unwanted. That is contributing seriously to the problem. Can I quickly show the map? This is, Ekron. This is my Ekron base. Ekron over here. This is just south of the, community college at Ekron. And the fire department at Ekron. So we are at the intersection of Smith and Aheville. I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can see in relative. So Ekron right here. That's Echo Creek, Irvington. The base we're trying to go back and forth between Phallus Lake is right here. It would save me a lot of time if I could just go through Jametown. The fact that I have to go around Jametown is probably adding a very long time to my commutes. But Jametown is an absolute dead zone. It is full of zombies. The amount of time it would take to clear them would be a significant investment. So we have full sets of butchering, cooking, electrical, farming, foraging, glassmaking, masonry, mechanics, tracking, trapping, welding. The most significant, and this, I can't believe I'm saying this, but napping and tailoring, we have had more trouble finding napping and tailoring than we have Longblade. That is a fucking sentence right there. Longblade 1, 3, and 5 so far. Fucking wow. All I can say about that is wow. Alright, so we need to triage what is in the vans here. Literally nothing but ammo in that one. And this is completely untriaged here. And so that is definitely contributing to the confusion. This location is forever going to be a gun depot because there's just too many guns for me to reasonably take anywhere without having to do 50,000 trips. Even with optimal storage transport, it's still going to just take that many trips. This might be one of the only double barrel shotguns that I have that's actually a that's actually fully intact. The notion of putting a choke tube on a double barrel shotgun is a silly thing to consider. But it's definitely one of the things of all time. So the double barrel can take a recoil pad and a choke tube. I think that's it. I need to fit up a MSR 700 and a JS and each of the carbines aside from the trapper. Never mind, I don't think the L92 can actually take anything. If it can, I don't know of it. So the JS14, but we don't have a red dot right now. So all we can slap on it is a scope. And recoil pad. Or no, not even a recoil pad. Doesn't go on those. I guess JS14s just don't have recoil. Okay, one of the only other places I think I might have left the books could be the car up here. Ooh, boy, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I now officially have absolutely no idea what I did with a couple of my books, and it was literally some of the books that I was supposed to be reading. As in, like, part of my active curriculum at the moment. I'm sure at some point they'll turn up somewhere. That's not the problem. Problem is they're actually necessary in the short term here. Blacksmithing 1 I can live without, because I know I'll find another copy. It's Aiming 3 and Animal Care 2. Well, Animal Care 2, that's one I have on me. It's Aiming 3. Aiming 3 is something that I might not find again for a very long time. Downtown West Point? Yeah. I definitely would believe you on that. 435. If you want a full trunk, we could do a few more of those. No surprises there. Truly cursed existence. Y'all doing high pop are out of your mind. I should just rip those up. I should definitely rip those up before trying to bring them. It's 130. You gotta be kidding me, I still can't put that on. Alright, let's try taking that out first, and now let's pick it up. Inventory size cap is a bitch. 168. Something very easy. We need the axes, all of them. We are, after all, fire officer. Actually, we're going to distribute those so that we can fit them on the same tiles. $198.65, so we just need like 8 more encumbrance of stuff. Shouldn't be hard at all. 1.5. $207.85. Okay, perfect. Garbage bag for passenger seat. Easy win. And glove compartment. Just going to use up these sacks of gravel. The ability to drive a circle around this place is always going to be relevant whenever I pass through, which could happen several times in the future yet. And when I say in the future, I actually mean long after we're done with the current situation. Here's 12. And here's 13. Oh, I'm an idiot. There's already stuff in there. Of course there is. Dude. There's 30, so we can fit 6 in that pile. 2, 4, 6. That didn't work. $35.86. Yeah, that works. So there's a hand carry right there. There's a full trunk right there. Alright. Bedtime number 1. For our second one, I'm going to fire up the generator so I have floor lights. Basically, all I'm going to do is just what I just did the second time. We've got one trunk with a hand carry. Let's establish another one with a hand carry, and then we only have to do 2 more trips total. Because that's already what I'm planning right now is 2 more trips total. It worked out. Fire officer with fire officer, strong and athletic. It's a lot of points, but it starts you with level 10 strength and fitness. I could have worked out. And some people like working out. I can't stand it. I hate this game's fitness system and strength system. Well, strength I don't hate quite as much, but fitness is the stupidest skill in any video game I have ever tried to level. It is just that stupid. We did have a carton of 2020. Or 3030, rather. Sweet. I didn't even know that. Alright, that van is completely emptied out. Fuck off, can I not pick that up? Bullshit. The inventory size limit never ceases to piss me off. Verifying this one's completely empty minus the kit. It's fine. And this one is going to have all kinds of crap in it. I need to separate the furniture. No easy way to fit that. 0.4 something. Ugh. Here, have this. I hate staging things so precise, but it's either that or do an extra trip, and I'm not doing extra trips at this point. Total of about 43 encumbrance of welding and welding adjacent stuff. Let's revise that because we still got this. Yeah, okay. I think my character needs a drink. Yeah, that's right. I just drank an entire bottle of whiskey. It's because I'm going to sleep. And there's no hangovers in this game. Alright, folks. Unfortunately, I do have to call it in the next couple of minutes here. We've gotten pretty close to staging 2 transports. I can shut the generator back off. So if it's not clear what I'm doing here, right here, all this stuff on the floor, all these bags full of stuff, is a full trunk for a perfect step van. This stuff right here, this stuff right here, this stuff right here, and this stuff right here are exactly 36 encumbrance of things that I want to bring with me. And what can you fit 36 encumbrance into? Military backpack in the hands. So basically, right there, there, and there, those are 4 different hand carries, 2 for each trip. So the last phase of this is to establish a second full trunk. So we've already got that started right here. We got 104. I I don't know about the generator. The generator might stay here because I might want to move it back down to Irvington when I actually take Irvington. Now, we've got a literal billion guns over here. Vast majority of these I don't know if I'm ever going to take because I don't know if I'm ever going to use them. We've already got copies of every gun that exists in the game. And so all they would be is redundancies. And as much as I like redundancies, I don't see us using too many of them too often. So those are lower priority things. Yeah, this needs to come with me. Okay, so this is staging for the trunk. This is a military backpack with some guns that I'm going to use eventually someday when I'm much higher level aim. So MSR-7Ts, the only rifle in this game that is semi-auto instead of bolt action and can have a 8-time scope put on it. That is one weapon I have not had the pleasure of using yet. I could not find one on my previous character who was level 10 aim. And this character has a long way to go before level 10 aim, so working on that. A lot of the small form food is probably going to stay. Vinegar coming with me. Fattening agents are also going to come with me. Coffee additives, absolutely. Chocolate bars, margarine, maple syrup, fruit jam, just kind of the rarer stuff. Chocolate chips if I want to make some cookies. Cereal is like the shortcut to gaining lots of weight fast through carbs. Apricots, beef jerky. Okay. The stuff that is left is mostly stuff that is slightly less important and can at least sustain me when I stop by. Electrical, man. We've got a lot of stuff up here. Okay. That's the next garbage bag right there. Batteries. Look at all these. Look at all these batteries. You can pack them into boxes of 12. If I'm going to do that, I prefer that they all be perfect batteries, so I'm getting rid of this one over here that is not perfect. So now we can start packing items in box here. We can do that for a couple light bulbs. Then we can do that for 3 packs of batteries. It's okay to leave a few loose ones behind. Colored lights, any of these things, the scanner module, almost all the electrical parts, TV remotes, smoke bomb. Okay, the smoke bomb can go somewhere else. I know I want it, but it can go in a different bag. I'm not trying to give everything a unique name, but that one gets garbage bag E for electrical. So 164 on the floor here now. That's another... I'm going to pull the rest of the garbage bags out of this box. Because we're using a lot of them. Garbage bags are amazing for sorting through loot. Everything left in this van can stay. Remaining tailoring stuff. Medical as well. consolidate these painkillers into the same bottle. This is where I start trying to separate things into different bags. That way I can put them on different tiles. Or the same tile, rather. Total on the floor now is 190. Gonna go for a little bit more welding stuff. 190 means we're like 20 or so encumbrance left. No, 10, and then it's like 18 total. $17.59 sounds good to me. Okay, we're actually over by 0.4. So that's an easy fix. A couple of these belts. 207.99. Perfect trunk is 208. Alright, so we've got 2 trips fully planned out here. And, but we're going to need to do one more trip beyond that because the trailer itself needs to go back and forth. And then, of course, there's the issue of the race cars. I haven't solved the race car problem yet. I'm going to need to... So I'm going to probably think about that and come back with a fresh perspective next time. Because I do have to go. I was actually supposed to go about 15 minutes ago. But, yeah, we got all this sorted. And I will catch you guys... Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stream Project Zomboid in the middle of the week these days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are my Zomboid days. Most likely, almost 100% guaranteed. But in the middle of the week, I have to commute to the office, which means I have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning. Normally, I don't wake up until 5. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Always screenshot your bases. And Danny here shall bid us farewell. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to quit the desktop, and we've got a folder here. Go to C, users, username, and then Zomboid. And then go to your saves folder, Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. We're going to copy that whole folder, and you can put these wherever you want. I prefer to put them in a separate folder called Backups here. And one with the same name there at the top. This is part 7 of Danny's journey through B42. Control V, paste that entire folder. And that is going to take a while. We're up to 260,000 files across 640 megabytes. All right, folks. I will probably catch you guys later this week. Guaranteed on Friday. If anything else happens in between, then it'll be out of band. So I'll see you guys then. Peace out and have a good one.